What's up, everybody, and welcome to the XP Podcast, episode 17 for the third week of this here July 2022. I'm one of your hosts, Mike Z. Joining me, as always, my co-host, the Birdman himself, Logan B. What's up?
What's up, everybody? Been a kind of interesting week. Have some weird stuff I watched over the weekend I'll be talking about soon. But yeah, I don't really know much about the news this week, but I'm very excited to get into it.
And joining us again along this roller coaster of a ride, we have the embodiment of Thor himself, Thor Kage, to talk about Thor. DJK, what's going on?
What's up? What's up?
How you guys been? How's everything in the lives of my good friends?
It's been pretty good. In 2 weeks I go on vacation, so very excited. Work's been okay, per usual, but yeah.
Yeah, in a
I
couple
can
weeks.
actually hear out of my right ear now.
Congratulations,
The
that's good.
infection is
Congratulations.
gone. So yeah, that's a good thing.
That's
Other than
solid.
that, yeah.
Yeah, in what? Yeah, next week? No, not next week. And the weekend after that, it'll just be you and me, DJ. As long as you're free. If you're not free, I guess I have to record a podcast by myself, which would be interesting.
I should definitely be free.
Okay.
Because the only thing on my plate in the near future is my kid being born, so I'll have a week off there, so I should be able to get away for a couple hours.
That's not that important.
Yeah.
Anything new? How was the cards game? I saw that we won, Logan. I mean,
Oh yes,
I was watching it, so I always watch
it was really
them,
good. It was really slow though, like absurdly slow. Like I felt like they were really just taking their sweet jolly time, but it was really good though, really fun. I'm a little sad that the Cardinals game that I was hoping to go to a Cardinals game and see Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols, and both of them weren't even there. So that kind of sucked. I was kind of hoping to see one more game with them. I guess that's not happening.
Well,
So
Pujols was there. He just wasn't playing. Yachty was he's injured right now, so he's not with the team right now.
isn't he in like Puerto Rico right now? Didn't he go to Puerto Rico?
I don't know. I don't track his whereabouts, so
That's fair. Someone told me that at work, and I didn't know.
no, not he's probably with Team Doctors. I would find it hard to believe that the Cardinals would let him go to an entirely different country in the middle of a season. What if something happens to where you can't get back or something like that? Like, that doesn't sound right to me at all.
That's fair. I don't know.
What about you, DJ? You gone to see any shitty Brewers games?
No, that's just one. I haven't made a point to go. I keep up here and there. Like, I saw some more outrageous umpiring. Like, they call the balk that,
it's rough this year, man.
The umping has been just brutal this year. And just like a lot of sports as of late, I got so much going on that I'll start paying attention, All-Star break, see what's going on, check in, watch highlights here and there, and then like see where we're at with the playoffs and go from there.
Speaking of sports that you and I have a hand in, I didn't really pull, I didn't do anything. I somehow tripped and fell face first into the greatest fantasy football trade of all time.
He sent me that, and my brother's like, wait, who is this? I'm like going through, I'm like, I know who that is. I just couldn't think of it. And then like all of a sudden I'm like, it's Mike. And then we're golfing, and he goes that, and he's like, he thinks that trade went through. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm probably the one that talked him into taking it just because you gave him an absurd amount of stuff.
Like, I saw that come through on my phone. Well, first I saw him say, hey, I sent you a trade. And I was like, oh, okay, time to get into the going back and forth here. And then I looked at it, and I kind of just stared at my phone for a second. I was like, this has got to be a mistake, right? Like, for context out there for you listeners, and well, I guess you watchers too, because you don't have my phone in front of you. But this guy offered me a trade for Tyreek Hill. I forgot the other dude. Who's a Vikings receiver?
You got Tyreek and Thielen.
Yeah,
and
Adam
picks.
Thielen and 2 first-round picks for one receiver. And I was like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Why not? Let's rock it. And apparently people in the league are not happy about it.
he got so pissed when I was like, yeah, Twidwell said he would have taken that for Tyreek and like a pick, and he was like, fuck. I was like, yeah, well, you just made Mike's like whole fucking year.
Well, it's
Like,
like I didn't even have to do anything for it. I just looked at it. I'm like, I essentially get 4 first round picks for one, yes, very great receiver, but I was like, all right, cool. Well, that's why I texted you guys, and a part of me was like, do I counteroffer with like a better, like more fair trade? Like, but I was like, no, he sent it to me. We didn't even go back and forth. That was the first thing he sent me, and I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Whatever. That's
and
not
like
my
when
it's
he
not my
sent it to me,
responsibility.
we're golfing, and I was like, that was kind of a crazy fucking thing you sent. You think so? I was like, yeah, I feel like you sent way too much. Like, yeah, Tyreek is going to be a bit of a question mark, but he's still a top 3 receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And Thielen's kind of coming back off injury, but like, that's like a trusted connection there. So it was like, that's just, I was kind of like, I hope he sends you a counter offer and gives you like one of the picks and maybe like Thielen back or
Oh,
Tyreek back. But I was like,
no,
if
I'm
I'm
not gonna
him,
do
I'm
that, dude.
jumping on.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I'm him, I'm jumping on this, and you just like, I mean, yeah, those draft picks might end up being absolutely nothing, but you never know.
I still
Like,
got Tyreek Hill. Like
yeah,
Ty- Tyreek Hill for Justin Jefferson is an okay trade for me.
yeah.
It's like not I'm not really coming out ahead, but then you add in 3 more things. Anyway, this is a video game podcast. I just thought it was personally. I don't know how I pulled that off. And again, I didn't do anything. I just looked at my phone and said okay. Well, I texted you guys first, but all right, let's get into this. We start this episode as always every single week with the question of the week, and this one was picked by DJ. So I will let you take the reins, sir.
All right, so I actually did this on Reddit like 4 or 5 years ago or something like that, and got an absurd amount of responses and everything. So your favorite obscure video game through any consoles, that you think none of the rest of us or even some of the listeners or viewers have seen or have played or heard of. And mine is, it's in my top 10 sports games of all time. Um, because I'll go with this one over my other one. It's Dusty Diamonds All Star Softball for Nintendo.
What?
Yes,
Uh,
it's
yeah, I've
so
not heard of that. You
basically
got me there,
it's
brother. Hold on.
it's it's the most ridiculous thing.
Dusty. Oh, that's duty. I can't spell. Dusty Diamonds All Star Softball. Well, it was the third thing that popped up right behind Dusty Diamonds Boutique in Madisonville, Texas. Shout out to them, whoever they are.
um,
Holy shit!
so base.
This thing's $100 on eBay.
Oh yeah, and I still have my copy. Like that's one
That's
I
hype.
might get rid of. Like it's one of those. It's kind of insane. So basically, it's a bunch of random characters. There's a miner, like digging for gold miner. There's a witch. There's a Frankenstein looking guy. There's a guy named Froggy that hops around like a frog. There's all these eclectic like random creatures and characters, and
That's a good word
you
usage. Nice job.
and you pick all of them. It's kind of a free for all pick, but especially with a couple of us in my family that have played it a bunch of times that know all of the best characters to grab, because there's like, I want to say there's like 40 different characters to pick your team from. So we flip a coin and we literally do like a one at a time pick to make it fair. And then I think there's 6 stadiums to play at. Um and each one kind of has its own thing. Like there's one that has a short field, so it's easier to hit home runs. There's one that's there's like a home run line, but you can bounce and go into a field of flowers. And once the outfield characters hit the field of flowers, they slow down to like a standstill. There's a schoolyard that if you hit a window in the school and break it, it's an automatic out instead of a home run. Like it's just craziness. And it's one that like I've always been hesitant on like like I have one of the mini Nintendos. There's all the catalog of games on Switch, but it's like one that they just like for whatever reason don't have the rights to or just haven't remade. And it's one that I like want them to remake desperately or put on one of those services so that I can play the shit out of it without having to get a working Nintendo or a one of those like multi like plays Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Famicom, like one of those consoles. And like it's one of my most fun games to play of all time. Like will be till the day I die.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen here, and it's a lot more than 40 characters.
Oh, is it more than that? I
Six
couldn't. It's been a
rows
while
of
since I.
12. So whatever 12 times 6 is, that would be 72.
Yeah, and there's some of them are just
You know,
insane.
it reminds me of Backyard Baseball a lot, which is an amazing video game still to this day.
Dude, Backyard
It's
Baseball's
definitely
so good. I
thi-
love
and
the backyard games.
When you were talking about like they know the best characters, my mind was like Pablo, fucking Pablo,
oh,
bro.
and there's it's like that too. Like there's certain guys that you know are absolute monsters of power hitters. There's guys that have absolutely insane like pitch speed. That's like there's a guy that becomes a little tornado on the mound and whips the ball at you. Like it there's for being a game that came out, I think in like
1989.
80. Yeah, for a game that
I'm
came
looking
out
at stuff.
then,
Sorry.
like it's pretty insane the in-depthness for and I mean obviously they've had there's other sports games in the era too. Another one is Bases Loaded 2. That is another one for me that's it doesn't use real teams, um, but some of the teams are outrageous. They're like it's like a cheat code to use certain teams on there, and like just it I think it gives light to the fact that yeah, we've come a long way in gaming, especially visually, but some of those classics are just to hard to top. Like
Yeah,
especially like right now, I would take playing Tecmo Bowl over playing Madden any day of the week.
because it works.
Yeah.
Well, I was sitting here looking at price charting. If you guys don't know what their price charting is, a website we can go to look at all kinds of things from comics, trading games, video games, trading card games, video games, and it's a pretty good accurate depiction of what the value of something is that you have today. So, is your copy absolutely complete? Like, it's got the box, it's got the manual, and obviously it's got the game, or is it just loose?
Sadly, it is not. Most of my
Okay.
games are loose.
Okay.
It might be at my grandparents' house. I should actually check with them, but I was actually looking it up a few weeks ago. Like some of those games just
Oh, it's crazy.
complete are insane. Yeah.
Yeah, the complete price for this game is $148. The price that you have is price around $72. If you somehow manage to get a brand new copy of this game, never opened, still wrapped, go ahead and guess the price over there, DJ.
Oh, I want to say it's something like 6,000.
Oh, okay, no, it's not that ridiculous. It's $949.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of the other game. Because I had two other games. One is like $4, and the other one is a Super Nintendo game called Sunset Riders, which is also a arcade cabinet game. That's another one that's like a couple thousand if you have it complete, and if you have it graded, it's even more outrageous. And it's just like because it always blows my wife's mind when I tell her like, "Hey, just so you know, like I have Pokemon cards upstairs that total like these five are probably worth like $4,000 if I could sell them for top dollar." And it's like, why? And I don't know. Like that's just I got it when in the '90s or early 2000s, and that's where it's at now. So
Complete another side note here. One of my most valuable comics that I own, the 700th issue, also known as the final issue of the Amazing Spider-Man, or the modern run of the Amazing Spider-Man. Depending on grade, can be anywhere between 58 to a near mint grade of $92. Bought this thing for
nice.
five bucks when it came out. Yeah, it's still in a case somewhere, and it was actually double sealed, so I'm sure I could get a pretty high grade on it. It looks like back in September of 2021, so that would have been the time, yeah, that the No Way Home come out. It spiked to $180, so I missed out on my chance there. But whatever, I want to hold on to stuff like that for a long time. Anyway,
Mine is
sorry, go ahead.
is the first appearance of Black Adam and Shazam. It's probably going for a couple hundred now because of the Rock's movie coming out. But
Yeah. Another pretty rare one that I have is the number one first issue of Smallville season 11 when it came out, because I was still deeply into Smallville when the comic series started coming out. But all right, anyway, so Logan, have you had time to think? If not,
Yeah,
I have mine prepped and ready to go.
sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I was trying to find multiple because there's like another one, but
Oh, I'm just going with one.
yeah.
It's not like the number one, like my best obscure game, and now you guys may have heard of it, but it has a sentimental meaning to me. And this is one of the first games I bought for my PS3 with my own money. John Woo presents Stranglehold. Has anyone played this game out there?
Never. What
I
the
don't
hell
even
is
know
that?
if I've heard of that.
John
So this
Woo.
game is actually a sequel to John Woo's film Hard Boiled. If you guys are into Hong Kong action films at the time, I still enjoy Hong Kong action films. But yeah, it stars a guy by the name of Chow Yun Fat. Not to be made fun of, I'm sure it's a very prestigious name. But he reprises his role as Inspector Tequila in essentially a ripoff of Max Payne. A very good ripoff set in Hong Kong during the time and rise of the, I guess it'd be the mafia, right? The Chinese mafia or the
The triads,
triads.
I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, the triads. So this game's great. It holds a sentimental place in my heart because I bought this in Metal Gear Solid 4 at the exact same time. For those of you that have watched our episode 2, our top 10 games of all time, Metal Gear Solid 4 is in my top 10. I don't quite remember exactly where I put it, but it's there somewhere. And I played this game before I played Metal Gear Solid 4. Because I don't know why. There was something about this game that just, it tickled my fancy. But yeah, came out September 7th, or I guess October 29th. Sorry, so shortly after my birthday. So I bought it with my birthday money that year. That and I said Metal Gear Solid. And you can still play this game today. Xbox, I believe it's a part of the backwards compatibility. You can buy it on GOG, and it's great. It's like I said, narrative, story driven, with Max Payne influences, where you get style points for like doing tricks as you're shooting. So like you can like obviously hit your slowdown button, just like Max Payne when you go to dive or you go to do anything. And then the more stylish you get in air, so like the more turns and flips you do as you're shooting people, and the more Hong Kong action film-esque you can make it, the better score you get. It's a great game. I love this game, dude. I was thinking about I was like, what do I want to do? Like I was looking at my shelf. I was like, what obscure game? I thought about Heavenly Sword, but I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of Heavenly Sword. That was
Yep,
that was the first game I played in my PlayStation. That's a lie. The first game I played was Ninja Gaiden Sigma, and I never lived again. Do you guys ever check out Layer? That's not really an obscure game, but that's a game that I wish was successful. And it was like that dragon game that was all about the 6-axis controller when it first came out, and it was
Oh,
like the worst controlling video game of all time.
I think that is one of the like original like big time games.
Oh yeah, no,
If I remember right.
it was supposed to be, a showcase for, and visually it's still impressive to a day. To it, what the fuck was that?
To a day?
I don't know what else. It's still impressive, like in the concept of when it came out, 2006. It's still it's a visually impressive game, but I still remember when they put in analog control when they gave you the option to not use a 6-axis. It just doesn't control well, and the missions are not well done. You have like 8 different objectives that you have to do at one time, and all of them are timed, and they all have different timers. And if you fail one of them, you fail the entire mission. And I've actually still never beat Layer. I have played the game 4 times, and I have never beat this game just because I get to 1 or 2 missions where I'm just like, I don't want to do this shit no more, and I just give up. So, well, I guess not give up. I quit trying to overcome. So yeah, that's my obscure game. John Woo presents Stranglehold, a sequel to John Woo's hardcore Hong Kong action film, Hard Boiled. It's a good one if you guys it's cheap. I looked it up before the show. It's like $7.99 if you want to get it on Xbox, Logan. You can play it via back compat, I believe.
I don't think it is on there because I've never seen it.
That's stupid.
But so
All
is
right.
that all the games?
Oh yeah. I'm
Okay.
looking. I'm looking at my shelf. I don't think I got anything else.
So
The throat
this
clear.
game, I don't know if you guys are gonna know it, but for me, I never could forget this game, and I can't say I've fully beaten this game. I watched my dad play it when I was younger, and I just thought it was so cool. And I always come back to it like every 3 years. I feel like I come back and look up this game. Have you ever heard of The Suffering?
I will in 5 seconds.
Dude, this game is so cool. So it's like horror and everything, but it's like very action packed, and then like you can like turn into like this weird like hellish monster and everything, and it is so cool. I remember my dad playing it, and it was just so fun to watch. Like it was just awesome. And honestly, if I could get it today, I would probably play it myself. But I haven't actually gotten to thoroughly play it myself. But it's a really, I thought that was like a really weird game. I was trying to think of a game that you guys probably wouldn't know. But there's two. There's the Suffering, and then there's the Suffering Ties That Bind. And yeah, they're both really cool games.
$26.99 on Xbox.
It's on Xbox.
Yeah, I'm looking at the case right here. I'll send you the link. I'll send the link
Wait,
in
are you
Discord.
saying like that's just the Xbox copy, not like on the Xbox store?
Oh, I have no clue. I'm looking at eBay, brother. I don't know what's
Oh
on the
yeah,
store.
so yeah.
I'm
I
just
don't have
telling you, you
original
can.
Xbox. Yeah.
Yeah, but you should be able to put the disc into your Xbox, and it does that,
No, there's
right?
only a certain list. There's a certain list of games that are
Mm,
available.
all the
Yeah,
cool
that's not one
stuff
of them.
I've.
Trust me, I would have gotten it if it was on there.
So this is a first and a third person shooter.
Mhm.
That's kind of cool. How does it like switch? Is it like is it free switch? Like
I can't tell you
Elder
to be
Scrolls?
honest. It's been
Okay.
so long since I've seen this game, but it
Also
was just so cool.
also produced by Midway, same company that produced Stranglehold. You know what? Can we get a moment of silence for Midway games? I miss them. I used to love the video games. Moment of silence.
NFL Blitz.
Boy, not nice silence there,
Dude,
DJ. I
NFL
was
Blitz
actually
was
trying to
cool.
do something. I said moment of
Um,
silence, ducked my head, and DJ goes, NFL Blitz. All right,
I
go
have
on.
one more game that I did actually play,
Hit me with it.
and is you probably will know it. It's actually a Capcom game. And it is just so cool. And I always go back to it. And again, wish it was on back compat in some way. Is Dark Watch.
Oh
I've never heard
yeah.
of that yet,
Oh my god, I
dude. It
fucking
is
love Dark
so
Watch.
freaking cool,
Dark
dude.
Watch is so
I
cool.
really hope it comes
Ooh.
back with back compat in some way or form, even if it comes to play. It's a PlayStation 2 game, so if it came back on the PS5, that would be pretty sick. I would totally buy this game because it was awesome.
Yeah,
I
no.
love this game.
You saying that actually sparked another one that I'm trying to. There it is. I couldn't remember if it was Spectre or not, but it's not. Sorry, you can keep talking about Dark Watch. I'll talk about what I want to say later.
Oh, I just think it's it has a really good style to it. It's like a really cool Van Helsing like hunting monster like game with like cool revolvers and shotguns and stuff. Um, just super cool. Like it's a really fun shooter game. It came out on the original Xbox and the PS2, and I believe obviously PC. I think you can still get it on PC. I think is it on Steam?
Did not come out on PC.
Oh, it didn't.
No,
Oh,
just
that's weird.
PlayStation
I
2,
thought it did.
Xbox, and this came out day before my birthday, 2005.
Wow.
Yeah, also
Yeah,
produced
it's
by High Moon Studios, who made the Transformers games. Or not produced,
yeah.
developed. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a super cool game. If anybody can ever get in and try it out, it's just so freaking good. It's awesome. I always remember this game specifically because of just like how cool the guns look. They look so freaking cool. Like they're so well designed. I just love it. Every bit of it. It's so cool.
Yeah. Here's a little bit of information. So there was a sequel, but it got canceled in 2007, and apparently there was a film adaptation that is currently still technically in pre-production, but apparently it's stuck in development hell for 10 years. So
That's the same for like Gears of War movie and all that. It's gonna be one of those things that never comes out.
all right, real quick before we move on, I wanted to throw out Dark Sector. Don't know if you guys have played Dark Sector or not.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, so this was a game that was one of the showcase games for the seventh generation of consoles, so the PS3 and PS3 and Xbox 360. When it was coming out, they showed this game off. Everyone fell in love with it. Then the next time they showed it off, it was entirely fucking different. They completely changed the game from the ground up. But I still remember this game. It had the scythe that you could throw and like guide with the 6-axis, which again controlled terribly because everything with the 6-axis was awful. But you could like slowly watch the scythe like rip through the enemies, and like you could go for head, you can cut off their arms. I've actually had a hankering to play this game, and it's got the coolest named main character of all time.
I'm pretty sure I have played this before.
Y'all ready?
Seems very familiar.
Hayden Tenno. That's a badass
That
name.
sounds familiar.
That's a badass name, Hayden Tenno.
All right, if we're gonna throw out a second one each,
Yeah.
I'll throw one that's gonna be another holy shit.
Oh my god.
Look up Spot Goes to Hollywood.
I was like, I gotta bring up. Hold on, let me bring up the fucking Sega Master System.
This was I played it on PlayStation 1. I believe it is also available on Sega. It is literally it's a full-on promotional game. You are the 90s 7-Up logo, which on TV was like there was a dot. I think now it's just a dash or it's a cherry. Is a dot in between the 7 and the up, and they brought him to life and gave him little shades and like Converse, and like he was a derpy little like always getting into trouble in the commercials, and they literally made a full game out of it. Like you start off in a pirate universe, and then I don't even remember where it goes from there, but it's just like I don't know how we got it. I have 2 copies of it now for some reason. It's just one of like it's like the dumbest game ever, but it's hard as shit. And like anytime someone brings up this kind of conversation, it's like I usually throw out Dusty Diamonds, and they're like, "Oh, do you have any non-sports games?" I throw out this game, and they're like, "What the fuck even is that?" And I was like, "Remember when 7-Up had a mascot?" And they're like,
No.
"No, why would I?" And it's like, yeah, because he was only around from like 96 to like 2002 or something like that. Like, it's such a niche that it's like I thought maybe it'd be like a couple $100. Nah, the game was worth like maybe $5. It's like
Okay.
it's not even worth it.
Only on PlayStation is it not worth that much. It's actually worth $20, $27 if in box on Sega Saturn, $37 on Sega Genesis. Wait. Oh, sorry, the PAL system is wait. God, games back then were weird. I guess they sold different, like obviously the PAL and the NTSC versions. I guess they actually sold different versions of it. Video games were weird back in the day, man. Let me tell you about it. All right, any other games y'all want to throw out there? By the way, I never realized the 7-Up had a logo. Honestly, I just thought it was 7-Up.
Yep.
Well, now I know there was a mascot for 7-Up. Anything you got, Logan? Anything else, brother?
I don't think so. Other than the Burger King games, I don't know if you ever played the Burger King.
Oh,
games.
hell yeah.
Those,
The stealth games?
are-
Racing one? Oh.
And I was talking about the stealth one where you creepily walk behind people.
Oh god, that one was just nightmare fuel.
I remember my dad, or not my dad, my uncle, he had both of them. I guess he got them for free or something like that because they were free. I think you got like them as like disc for free from Burger King. And literally, yeah, like I remember him letting me have them, and I played them, and I'm like, man, these are really dumb, but they're so weird. Like the fact that they made full on like weird Burger King games where you play as the Burger King himself.
All right.
That's pretty much it for me. So.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else, you guys know what time it is. If you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the X6P Podcast, our weekly video game and pop culture news podcast, where Logan, myself, and DJ sometimes sit down with y'all and talk about all the news stories and happenings inside and out of the video game world. We post a new episode each and every week, so you can listen to it whenever your heart desires. You can find us on most of the popular popular podcasting services, including Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Patreon, and more. If, speaking of Patreon, you enjoy what we're doing here, please support us on our Patreon, where you can be a part of our weekly discussions and give us your opinions on everything we talk about and everything we don't. You will also be able to find all of our uploads there, along with any exclusive episodes we may post. Links for that are in the description down below, or you can go to patreon.com and search Experience Point, spelled XPERIENCEPOINT. However, if you don't have any money to send our way, don't worry. We still love and appreciate you for listening to us and being a part of what is hopefully a growing community. You can also go over to our YouTube channel where you can find this show and all of our shows in full video format. If you do, please don't forget to give us a like, share, subscribe, and hit that notification icon so you can be aware of everything we post when we decide to post it. New episode reminders: the review for Horizon Forbidden West will finally go live later this week. Hopefully follow shortly with DJ and I Spoilercast, where we go through and talk about all the things story related and spoiler related. So if you don't want to play the game and just want to know what happens, come join us and we'll talk about it. If you do want to play the game and then come join us afterwards. With all that out of the way, let's get into the show. In our point of the show this week, we bring you our spoiler-free, I repeat, spoiler-free DJ review for Thor Love and Thunder and part 1 of our OpenCritic Prediction Battles. Then, in the news, we have a couple things to talk about, including the Halo co-op campaign, Sony's new loyalty program, Skate is going free to play, and so much more. But before we get to all that, it's time for What You've Been Doing, where we catch up on all things pop culture that we have been doing, whether that be gaming, TV shows, books, or comics and movies. It doesn't matter to us, because we love it all here. So with that all being said, Logan the Birdman Bergman, what, sir, have you been doing? Also, real quick, pause. I killed that intro. All right, go ahead.
Jeez. Let's see. I've been watching a few things. I'll start with watching. I know I had a game I played recently, but I kind of already forgot about it. I have been watching a lot of stuff on Netflix and stuff. I ended up watching the Resident Evil show on Netflix.
Well,
And
that sigh means that I made the right decision in not watching it.
Well, it's you might like it because there's a lot of teen drama in there, and you seem to really love teen drama shit. So you might like it because it does have a lot of that in it, and that's where I think the show kind of suffers.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
What?
You mentioned teen drama, so I had to sit up.
Yes.
You now have me at full attention.
That's what I'm saying. You might actually really like it because of that. Because here's the thing. I didn't just start watching it. I binged the entire show in one night. I just was really interested. Because the thing is about it, and it's not really a spoiler or anything, and I'm not going to spoil anything about the characters, who's in it. I'm just going to give you the point that this actually isn't a reboot. It has a lot of the details from the games and the past history in this. So this is more in the future and not a whole restart from the beginning. So like Raccoon City, that all happened. Certain things happened to certain characters in the games that still happen in this in some way or form. And it's all kind of there. So yeah, I think it's an okay. Well, it's pretty good. That's what I'll give it. I'll give it pretty good. I don't think it was great. I definitely don't think it was amazing. I think it was pretty good. I mean, heck, it kept me watching the whole thing, and I binged the whole thing in one night. It was crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of teen drama, and I think that's my probably biggest thing about it that I didn't like. I felt like the whole like it was pretty much the entire show that was going on, and it was just very annoying. It didn't feel like it fit in any way or form into what Resident Evil is, and honestly, they're just really annoying about it. but I know you like that stuff, Mike, so you might actually like it. So, and I'm not gonna say the entire show is bad. I like a certain. Well, I don't know if they've said it in the trailer. I don't want to ruin this, but there's a certain character, and so what it does the entire show. By the way, it flicks between the past
Two different
and the
timelines.
present.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
knew
but
that.
it
Yeah.
doesn't just do that for like the first few episodes. It does it literally the entire season. So
Yeah.
it doesn't just go first 3 episodes back and forth and then all present day. No, it is literally back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It just keeps doing that. And it's like it'll do that like 2 or 3 times an episode, which also I think is kind of annoying. But yeah, I mean, I think you should probably watch it, Mike. I mean, especially since you like teen drama again. I think you will like those parts more than I did. I just felt like those, but they kind of like it almost seems like it's like Disney teen drama. That's how I would think of it. It's like it's kind of cringy, and it
Okay.
makes
I was
them
waiting
like
for you to. I was waiting for you to say something. You said the word because that is exactly what Resident Evil is. There is
yeah.
all kinds of cringe, and there's a bunch of teen
Oh no,
drama
that's what I'm saying.
cringe
Like
in Resident Evil games itself. So
that's what I'm
that
saying.
actually gets
Like
me
I think
excited.
people are hating on this and saying it's not the same as
Oh,
like
they
the
are
normal Resident
hating
Evil
on it.
stories, which I think is funny because it literally is the same amount of cringe as the actual games have with some of the dumb things they say and some dumb things they decide to do. It's pretty much the exact same in this show. I feel like they do the exact same dumb things they would do in the games, but which I gotta give them props. I mean, they kind of did keep the dialogue and all that about the same. It's as cringy and as weird as Resident Evil has always been. So again, I think it's pretty good, but I wouldn't say it's great or amazing. I mean, again, I ended up binging the whole show, so I mean, if I really didn't like it that much, I would have just stopped. But they kind of kept me going because I like that it wasn't just a reboot. It's more like, but I will admit at the end, it doesn't answer a good portion of questions, and they kind of end it with sequel bait. So you
Well, I
pretty
mean,
much
it's a
they
TV show, so
guaranteeing that they have to either continue the story or you'll never get it answered. So
yeah, it's
I will
fine.
tell you that.
Yeah. Speaking of people not liking it, we're looking at a 26 on Rotten
Whew,
Tomatoes for the
tough.
audience score, a
That's
50
fair.
on the actual rating score. So
Yeah, as long as you go in with not, if you go in with pretty good expectations, I think it's not bad. Like people were telling me it wasn't like absolutely horrible, like I thought it was gonna be.
oh my
So I was
god,
like, okay, what?
the Metacritic user score is 1.9.
Jeez. Oh man.
People get
Ooh.
so angry at things. They're just like 1 out of 10. I'm like, all right, there's a special place for something that's actually a 1 out of 10. Before this, DJ and I were talking about really shit movies like the one with the killer turkey. That's a 1 out of 10 movie right there. This show, I don't care how bad it is, or in what it sounds like to Logan, it's not actually that bad. Even if it's terrible, still the production value alone would make it the minimum like a 3 or 4
Again,
out of
I
10,
think there's
obviously.
some really cool parts of this, and there's some nostalgia hits in there, and even some lines that made me be like, ah, I get it. I see what you're going with. I see what you're saying there. But again, I think it's pretty good. I wouldn't say it's great, but I think people are acting like the dialogue and everything was supposed to be like superb when I guess they've never played the video games because literally I'm sorry, but it's the truth. None of them really have the greatest dialogue. There's definitely cringe in every single Resident Evil game.
I don't know, and there
So
needs to be. That's what makes
yeah,
the
that's what I'm
series the
saying.
series.
But that's
Yeah.
why I think it's funny because people are acting like this isn't like that. It is. It literally is. And that's how I kind of kept that mindset. I'm like, this actually is pretty close to the game stories because it is doing. They are saying dumb things, doing exceptionally dumb things, and it's pretty action packed. And it's not as like heavy action packed as like, for example, the Resident Evil movies that came out, where like the more and more in the movies it got through, the more and more it like insane it got with the action. I don't think it gets to that level. Some parts kind of get pretty crazy, but nowhere close to as crazy as those movies did. I also don't. I think this is a far superior thing compared to that weird Return to Raccoon City movie that came out. I still don't want to see that movie. That looks absolutely horrible.
Well, there's
I think this definitely has to be better than that.
there's Infinite Darkness that came out last
I
year.
didn't like that either. That
Oh,
was, but I mean,
I
it
didn't
is
mind it.
again in line. It is in line with the games, so I guess it isn't like I just didn't really like how it ended. I think the rest of it was pretty good. Just the ending was kind of like, okay.
All right,
But
what else you got?
yeah. I watched a movie. I watched The Hateful Eight, but I didn't just watch the normal Hateful Eight. I watched the extended version of it, which is on Netflix, which they basically split up into 4 episodes instead of just like a whole movie. Um, really, really good. I mean, it's a Tarantino movie, and it's exceptionally just. It's really good. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much to say about it. It's a really good Western story, and there's a lot of twists and turns, and I think it's really, really good. If you ever have time to watch it, it's on Netflix. The extended version, from what I heard, is the better version. That's what I watched. I can't tell you if it's better than the original. They do have the original on Netflix as well, so you can't just watch the Hateful Eight normal. I don't know what they really added in. I just know that I really like the extended version, and I think it was really, really good movie with a lot of blood and gore, and it is just awesome. It is it's pretty much like Django, which I mean that is a Tarantino movie.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
just
they
I feel so bad for that movie because I just wish like everything didn't get leaked before the movie came out. That's one of the reasons why I never went to go see it in theaters because the entire script leaked like a week before the movie came out. And
which
Tarantino,
one?
um, The Hateful Eight, and Tarantino was
Oh
pissed. I've never seen a director more. We last week we were talking about James Cameron and how he got unrightfully mad. Like what he was saying was right, but he was like ridiculously angry for no apparent reason. I
yeah,
would have been just as furious, if not more, than Quentin Tarantino. And like, y'all have watched the movies that Quentin Tarantino make. Can you imagine that guy angry?
yeah.
I'm not getting in front of that train. I'm jumping the
But
fuck off.
it is
Question
really
for you.
good though. So
So I he's in the credits, so it's not really a spoiler. Did you
Well,
were
he's in
you
all
like
his movies.
shocked? No. I'm saying for Channing Tatum is in the credits, like a headline credit in the movie, like. But did it like kind of shock or surprise you when he actually showed up?
oh me?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, yeah, it definitely did because the way the extended did it, I don't know how the original did it again. That whole scene where he shows up was like, what the heck? Like it
yeah.
really threw me off because I didn't see him coming. And I also it took me a second to figure out that it was Channing Tatum because I'm like, who is that? And then I'm like, oh my god, it's Channing Tatum. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
So
Yeah,
me and Worthy saw it in theaters, and it's like his name flashes, and then it's like hours before you see him, and it's like, oh fuck, I forgot he was in this movie. Like, holy
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I you should definitely still watch it though, Mike, if you haven't. It is just so good. It is like I love Django. I think Django is an amazing Western movie. It's probably one of my favorites, and this movie now is probably up there with me as one of my favorites now. Like I think it's super good. It is so awesome. Uh and it just I especially kind of liked it being in an episode format because I watched like the first episode, stopped, or I guess first part, but they call it episodes. And then I stopped and then I watched the rest of it last night. And it was just I was like, wow, this is awesome. Especially in that second act. Well, probably I guess it would be like second to third act towards the finale and everything. Absolutely insane. Like it was just crazy. Like the first act was pretty slow, but you're getting a lot of introduction to characters and everything. And then when it got to that, like the cabin, and I'm not gonna ruin anything. It's just so many like twists and turns and mystery and like all these different characters with different stories and everything. And I'm like, oh, it was just so good. It was almost like a Clue movie, like the Clue movie. It's like where everything is just like a mystery and like who each person is and who did what and what happened then. And it was so good. Like again, definitely should go watch it if you haven't already. It's on Netflix. I guess watch the extended version. I don't know what they added in that. But if you want to watch it and probably get all of it, clearly watch the extended version. And the good thing is it's set up into 4 parts. So if you want, you can watch like the first 2 parts, stop, and then watch the last 2 parts if you want to. So that's pretty cool. And I guess other than that,
I'm gonna be honest. I
yeah,
cannot stop watching a movie once I started watching a movie. I can't do it. I can't watch movies in 2 parts.
I try not to, but this one, I guess it was just because the way that they had it. So like, it wasn't like a rough cut. It wasn't like I guess kind of like, well, I guess Snyder cut they did it too. It was like literally when each part started, it would literally have a title screen and it'll say like part two. So it was almost literally like it was literally episodes. So it was more like it was almost like a show compared to a movie. So like I don't know, that's how I felt when I was watching it.
That's kind of how the original cut, like the theatrical cut, was set up. Like it does go black screen part one, black screen part two, black screen part. Like it does that in the original cut. It's just it's not like, hey, here's part one, like he did with like Kill Bill is a volume one and volume two, but it's one movie. But it was too much to cut down and do like a 1 3 hour movie, so he made it like 2 3 hour parts or whatever it is. Like this, I feel like probably could have been like the Hateful Eight part one and part two, and he just didn't feel like doing it. But it sounds like from what you're saying, they added a bunch in to make it worth doing like that. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and again, like if it was like any other movie and it had a rough cut of like, oh, you go to the second part, it just jumps right in. I think this is way better because again, it literally felt like I was watching a show. Like it was like it did the title screens, so it literally felt like I was like watching episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. But yeah, it awesome. Just I can't say any more about it. It's just so good. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for like what I've watched this week and everything. I guess playing games wise, been playing still more Back for Blood. Really enjoying that still. And I think I keep playing more Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it. I want to push myself through and keep playing. I don't even know how close I am to the end of the game. I mean, probably not even close at all. I mean, I feel like I've been skipping out a lot of stuff because I just kind of want to beat it. I just want to get to the end of the game and just beat it and get it done and over with. And I might like, for some reason, still I'm not at 40 hours, which I don't understand. But I'm pretty sure I've been playing more than 40 hours. Uh, but I guess as Mike says, it really does feel like that because every time you play, it just drags on. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those games I don't know if I'm gonna be. I might move on to something that I find more enjoyable because, like, I'm not gonna lie, Valhalla is just kind of dragging on, and it's
Dude,
like
that
I
was
don't know.
that was my biggest problem. The first 20, I would say maybe even 30 hours, like it's super enjoyable. Like you're going to the first couple territories, you're meeting new characters, you're freeing them, and then you're moving on. Like you're building out everything. And like I was just like super enthralled with the game at first. I was like, hey, they figured out a way to make this kind of Assassin's Creed work. At least it's working for me. And then hour 40 came, and then hour 50 came, and then hour 60 came, and then hour 70 came, and then hour 80 came, and then hour 90 came, and I was still fucking doing the same shit. And that's when I said 96 hours, and I'm like, I'm done, dude. Like, I'm still doing the same things, exact same style of things, just painted a different color that I was at hour 10. And
Yeah,
that's just
that's my
that's just
problem.
bad game design. That's just there's no other way to put it than that's just bad game design. It's just a poorly designed game. It has one good central idea that they repeat literally every single time and just put a different paint coat on it.
Yeah, because I mean, literally the entire time you're like, okay, go to this area, help this guy that wants to become king, go attack castle. He's king. All right, next area, go find the guy that wants to become king. Okay, go fight this random dumb antagonist that literally for some reason they couldn't defeat. Okay, attack castle. Now they're king. That's literally the same. It just keeps doing it over and over again. It's so boring. It is so freaking boring, and I'm really trying to beat it because I hate when I'm this far in a game and I don't beat it. I just feel like I wasted my time. But I feel like the more I play it, I just don't want to play it anymore.
Oh, I feel
And
like I
it's
wasted my
just
time.
I'm kind of feel like I am. I could probably be beating other games and I probably enjoy way more than this. So I might actually put a stop to it and just play other games that I want to beat. So because there's a bunch of games on my backlog I want to beat right now. Like I got that vampire game that we talked about a while ago. It was on like deep sale, and I really want to play it. So I got it. I played a little bit of it, and I might actually go through and just play that game. I was really enjoying it, the little bit I was playing. So I want to beat that game. I might move on to that game from now on. That and then Back for Blood as well. I've been playing that off and on. But I think that's pretty much been it this week. Yeah.
All right. Well, mine won't be that long. I haven't done too much. I finished off. I beat Mafia 2 after beating Mafia 1, so I'm going through that. I'm not gonna play Mafia 3. Trust me, I'm not digging
Why not?
not digging myself
Yeah.
into that shithole again.
Yeah.
I love the first two Mafia games. They have obviously just like we talked about with Mafia Definitive Edition when I talked about it. It's got its problems. It's an open world game only in setting at first. Setting only, I guess. I don't know how to say that in a more intelligent way than what I just said, but it's a narrative driven game set in a really big world. That's what both games are. There's shops you can go to in the second one. Every once in a while you got to stop and fill up your car at the gas, and that's the open world aspect. That's the open world interaction. I will say though, I love Mafia 2. I remember when it came out in 2009, played the shit out of it. This is a terrible port of this game. Mafia 2 Definitive Edition runs like complete garbage. Just popping everywhere. There was just one mission that I had to reload the entire game 3 times because the world kept disappearing, which would trigger the cutscene to allow me to progress the mission anyway. There was another one where I'd hop in my car and then my car would just vanish and I was just me driving. Nothing. It was actually pretty funny. I sent you guys a couple screenshots. I sent you that one of that prison guard that was the most horrifying thing of all time. I sent you guys that on PlayStation. Yeah, it's just a really terrible job with the definitive edition, but still a great game. So, and then I put a couple. I forgot to mention this last week. I put about as much time as I needed to, which was about an hour and 15 minutes into Nickelodeon All Stars Battle, or Battle All Stars, whatever the hell they called it. Got that on PlayStation Plus. Well, just it was a free. It was one of the monthly games. Downloaded that. Decided to give it a try. Absolutely garbage. The control scheme is not good. For some reason, jump is on triangle, and not pressing the up button doesn't jump or do anything. Which coming straight from Smash, I could not wrap my head around it. Granted, I want to play the game for an hour, so we're not talking about a large breath. But yeah, I decided to, just kind of, I looked through the trophy list, grabbed as many easy trophies as I could, and rolled out, and I will never play that game again. So, and then a game that Logan knows very well, and maybe DJ, I don't know, but I booted up through PlayStation Plus Premium, Red Faction. Played a couple hours on that, about halfway through the game. That's a great video game. It's a old school first person shooter for those of you that don't know. Pretty much the dawn of destructible environments. Granted, you realize how limited it actually is in the scope of this game in general, but you appreciate it for what it eventually became. And for some reason, developers have gone away from the idea of destructible and interactive environments, which is fairly irritating. But I think that's it. Peyton and I are still working on Sackboy, working on knocking the platinum out on that. That game's fantastic. I think you and Amy would love that game, Logan. You guys would love to play it together. It's a good one. Same thing with DJ, you and I forgot your wife's name.
Lena.
Lena, thank you. I felt so bad. But yeah, that's it. Still haven't finished out Obi-Wan yet. Haven't finished out Miss Marvel. I'm one episode away. I'm gonna watch that. Maybe tonight. I don't know. Probably not tonight. I'm probably gonna hop on and play some games after this. But Yeah, that's it for me. Short week. Been busy with a new job. But good news is the girlfriend goes away in a couple weeks, so I'll have the whole house to myself, so I can do whatever the heck I want. I don't have to wear any clothes, which is great. All right, you're up, DJ.
I haven't done a crazy amount. Trying to think. We watched what movies did we watch this last week? We watched Death on the Nile last night. That was I guess a sequel to Murder on the Orient Express. It took way longer to get going. I know I mean the book was written, 100 plus years ago. Pretty sure. And it's murder mystery. Lena kind of called the ending like when we started to like discuss who we probably thought who done it, and she like nailed it on the head. Trying to think if we really watched anything else. I finished Miss Marvel. I watched Doctor Strange for the second time. She watched it for the first time. She's also kind of meh on it. Game wise, I don't think I've really been playing anything. Unless it's on my phone or Pokemon trading card game online.
Lame. Fucking loser.
I
I'm just kidding.
think I did hop on Horizon to do a little bit more to work towards that platinum. But other than that, I definitely want to get up here, finish platinuming that, and try to get Stray to get into that, because
I can't fucking wait.
I can't wait.
I don't even like cats.
Trying to think, the only other thing I did game wise was got myself the collector's edition of Ragnarok for when that comes out.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna have a Mjolnir in every single room of this house.
Don't need to flex or anything. It's not really that important, but I did manage to get myself the Jotner edition.
You
Dude,
were hyped.
I was on fucking point with that. I was sitting at my computer, F4, F4, F4. It popped, boom, boom, boom. Four button presses, I was done. I bought it like in 30 seconds after it went live. And then
Nice.
6 minutes later, it was sold out. Actually, I think it was 4 minutes total, at least on PlayStation Direct. Oh, but yeah, dude, I can't wait. I can't wait for the vinyl, for the hammer, 16 inches. I don't have a good picture of what 16 inches is like, but
Quadruple what you're used to working with.
yeah, I guess so. Wait, is that
Oh.
is that props to me? I think that might be props. Yeah, that's props to me. Thanks, buddy. But yeah, I'm very excited about it. I told I didn't tell you, DJ. I told Logan. I also got the collector's edition for the Callisto Protocol. Bought that last week, so
Ooh.
yeah, got a cool statue, real cool statue. So got to get me them statuettes or statue whatever the dude version of that is.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't think I really did a whole lot else since the last time we talked. I just going through games, figuring out what other games that I'm never gonna touch again, that I want to drop and get rid of, and other stuff like that. Didn't really watch a whole lot. The only other thing I watched recently was we watched Transformers last night just because it was on, and we were like, fuck it.
Ugh.
Fucking Mark Wahlberg looking for Optimus Prime, you guys.
Man, I am so conflicted with Michael Bay because like he shows me he has a talent to make really good movies. 13 hours from everyone that tells me Ambulance is great. Ambulance is great. The first Transformers movie, for what it is still a decent watch. It's an enjoyable watch. But man, then
Even
he makes
2 is not awful.
Okay,
but
two
really...
is. We share different opinions on that one. I think 2 is terrible. I think 2 might be the worst one.
Three
worst
is definitely
one?
worse.
Dude, the worst one's the last one. That's the worst one. What do you mean? The
Oh.
Knights of whatever, dude, where literally Mark Wahlberg stops a transformer from hitting him with a sword. Okay,
Yeah, that's
that's
badass.
the worst.
That's Mark
That's
Wahlberg.
literally the worst
Oh
Transformers movie I've
no,
ever seen.
I think Revenge of the Fallen
That's what
is
happens when
awful.
you. That's what happens when you go toe to toe with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yeah. No, dude, the fucking dangling balls, the fucking gangster robots. It's all so fucking terrible in the
I
second one. I
I
hate it
remember
so
that
much. I
that was
hate it.
like early into the woke culture when it was like
I don't even care
those are
about woke culture
racist
that
and da da
much.
da da
They're just
da.
bad
Like
characters.
yeah,
And then
it
the
was like they're
balls on the
portraying black
machine. I'm like,
culture. That was awful. Yeah,
I hate that
I
thing so
am
much.
I am directly below enemy scrotum, and it's like fucking
Fuck
like
off. Who wrote this
like
shit?
cringy comedy.
Now there is a reason for it. It was written during the writer's strike of 2007, so there is a reason it's like that, but maybe just don't make the movie then. Sorry, my phone just went off right smack dab in the speaker. That was annoying. All right. One quick thing before we move on. We got to pick it up here a little bit, but that's okay. The review won't be too long because it's spoiler free. Anybody grab anything cool on Prime Day?
Nope.
Stuff for the baby, and I got some more stuff to put up more shelves. That's about it.
I grabbed a muscle massager. That was a pretty cool deal. And then I snagged this one. It's a surprise. 70% off. I bought Battlefield 2042.
Nice.
Yeah.
70% off, man. You still get ripped off.
I know, right? Nah, I decided to add it to the collection. You know me, I like collecting video games. And then if push comes to shove, I have someone to play it with that would make it significantly more enjoyable. I'll never play the game by myself, but
Yeah, we can always play. It's crossplay and everything. So
yeah. So it has a scoreboard, right?
yeah, a scoreboard
Okay,
and
cool.
in-game chat because you know for some
Holy
reason a AAA freaking company couldn't
shit.
make in-game chat at the beginning.
Man,
But yep, it's in there.
we're getting crazy out here. I bought something else. I bought well, this wasn't on Prime Day, but it was a part of on eBay. I bought a $70 pair of wireless earbuds for like $15. That was pretty cool. Got them today. Pretty good. I like them. What else? Oh, Peyton bought a sewing machine for some reason.
Woo!
She can't sew.
Really?
Oh, and then
What
like
are you trying to learn?
and then like I sent you guys on Snapchat, I finally got that SSD installed. I bought my SSD on Prime Day. Got that installed into the old PlayStation 5. Super cool. Yeah. That way I'll be able to keep some of the Horizon game that I want to keep on there. Cyberpunk I want to keep on there for when the DLC comes out. And then the most important thing to keep on there, Marvel's Avengers.
Yeah, it only takes up like a freaking fourth of the drive. God. Ugh.
It's not a fourth. It's not Call of Duty level.
Sorry,
It's like
only 120 gigabytes. Sorry.
Well, that's because you're on Xbox and they have shit compression.
Oh,
It's
okay,
106
alright.
on PlayStation.
Still a lot. That's insane for that kind of game. That should not be that much. The game.
The game's a
designers
lot.
Don't
They're-
know how to compress.
they're-
It's
the-
literally basic levels.
There's a lot of game in there, man. What are you talking about?
I guess.
It's more than fucking Call of Duty.
I mean, at least you know. I guess so.
No,
If you think so.
As a total joke. So. There might actually be more. I have no clue. I don't know how much like the geometry is. We can map fucking square miles or whatever. I don't know. I'm talking my ass. Anyway, let's move on now to point of the show, also known as Pots. Number one on the Pots thing. I don't know. I haven't figured out names for things yet. DJ and I have seen Thor: Love and Thunder. We are about to give you our initial impressions, spoiler free. Tune in next week where maybe DJ will join us again, maybe he won't, we'll see, but Logan will be able to watch it and we will give you all the spoilers, everything inside and out, what we think about. So with all that being said, DJ, before we get into the nitty gritty, put a number on it.
You want to go out of 10 or out of 5?
No, on movies we go out of 5. With
Okay,
with 0.5s enabled.
I will give it a 3.5, I think.
That's the
Or
exact score that I'm giving it.
yeah.
It's a 0.5 more than Doctor Strange. I think it is honestly a significantly better movie than Doctor Strange 2. Especially the second half, and we'll get into that in a second. That's my big thing. But I don't think it's a 4 movie. I don't think it's a great movie. I think it's a really good movie. It's still enjoyable. It's a fun ride, but it's just further proof to me sitting here right now, July 18, 2022, Phase 4 is just not it, man. Not yet, anyway. There could be the big kahuna around the corner, the big reveal, the big reason for all this happening and existing, but right now, as it sits on this day, Phase 4 isn't it for me, man.
I mean, supposedly what we got coming up at San Diego Comic-Con and D23 might turn it around, but yeah, I'm kind of same boat. They're decent shows, they're good movies, but they're not great movies. It's kind
Yeah, I
of
mean, go ahead, sorry.
it's kind of where Phase 2 was, where it's like Phase 1 got us so hyped. We got 2 Iron Man, we got the start of Thor, we got Captain America, and then we had Avengers, and then not really a lull, but just kind of like movies to push us through quick to build a little bit, but not a crazy amount. Like,
I mean,
a lot-
let's
Iron
hold.
Man 3.
Well, Iron
What
Man 3
else?
wasn't good, but let's hold up. There was Winter Soldier in Phase 2, brother.
That's true.
Yeah,
That,
I
and
was
that
like,
was
hold
like,
up a second.
and Age of Ultron isn't.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not the obviously it's probably number 4 out of the 4 Avenger movies, but it's not terrible, but it's not the best one. But
Let's
I
see.
mean,
Phase 2 consists of Iron Man 3, Thor the Dark World, Captain America the Winter Soldier, Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers Age of Ultron, and Ant-Man.
and Age of Ultron and Thor 2 are probably the worst of that.
I think 3 out of
Um,
the 6 are great movies.
yeah,
Well, Ant-Man's good, not great. Definitely not on the level of Winter Soldier and Guardians of the Galaxy, but I think Iron Man 3,
yeah.
it's my least favorite Iron Man. Well, I always go back and forth between that and 2. I can't figure out which one's worse. Thor the Dark
2 is
World.
definitely worse, in my opinion.
I don't know. I really hate the Mandarin twist so much. I think it honestly, at that time,
That
destroyed the character.
that
Now
it,
it's a
it
little
totally did.
different, but and then yeah, Age of Ultron is fine. It's still all of them. Iron Man, Thor, and Age of Ultron, I think, have arguments to be made to be the worst of their respective series.
Hmm.
And Captain America and Guardians, obviously, there's only two Guardians, but I mean, both of those are fantastic. I personally think Winter Soldier is the best. And then Ant-Man, in my opinion, is definitely better than 2. But
Yeah,
anyway,
same.
so let's get into it. I will give you my rough thoughts, and I will say this. I think the second half of the movie is miles and leaps and bounds better than the first half of the movie. The first half of the movie, I was sitting there, and I was like, ugh, they did it. They made Thor the joke instead of a part of the joke.
Hmm.
And it's the one thing that I've always said is why Thor is one of, if not my favorite character in the MCU still, is because even through Ragnarok, even through his humorous moments and Infinite Warfare, what the fuck, Infinity War, Infinite Warfare, even through his humorous moments in all the Avengers movies and Ragnarok and everything, there's still this underlying, oh my god, underlining layer of just pure and utter sadness. You know, spoilers for the MCU incoming. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. His mom dies. His dad dies. His brother dies. He loses his entire civilization pretty much. His brother dies 14 times apparently. So his best friend dies. You know, he loses almost everything. He's one of the most tragic characters, if not the most tragic character in the entirety of the MCU. And that underlining core to his character development and his character growth is fantastic. My favorite scene I point to is him and Rocket sitting in the ship and having that conversation. It's one of my favorite scenes in the entire MCU saga is that scene of Thor talking about everything that's happened from him, and like it ditches the humor that it just had, and it's such a real and vulnerable scene, and where the audience finally gets it if you haven't been paying attention. That yeah, this guy's lost literally every single thing, someone that means anything to him. Now, yes, he still has Korg, he still has other things, but he is so sad and so depressed and so lonely at points in times during um those first the end of the saga up through Ragnarok. And that's why I love the character so much. That's why I loved Ragnarok, because it's still levied on that. And then the first 45 minutes to an hour of this movie, and I was like, ugh, he's no longer a part of the joke. He's no longer has this underlining. Thor is the joke, and I hated it. Or not hate. I wasn't on board. Still having a good time because it's Taika Waititi. It's frenetically filmed, shot, edited. It's a good time. It's a well written movie. It looks good. Some parts of it, not the baby. The baby looks real bad, but um, and yeah, and then it flips the script, and one important scene, which we won't spoil. We'll talk about. I don't know how to. Well, it's. I mean, you. Okay, I'll say what's in the trailer. It's the him naked scene. That entire scene. After that, the movie kind of flips and becomes a more serious Thor. It honestly reminded me a little bit of the OG2 Thor and Thor Dark World, not in terms of quality, but in terms of kind of the tone and kind of the themes that it's dealing with, the character themes with Jane that's dealing with, the underlining characterizations of Thor, what happens with Korg and how he deals and the repercussions that come from that, and especially with Valkyrie. Everybody is dealing with stuff and becomes a real movie. And if the whole movie had that with like spikes of humor that Ragnarok would be, this would be an easy 4.5, more, just like Ragnarok. I think Ragnarok is a 5. This would be an easy 4.5 if it just kind of maintained that good distribution of character moment to comedy spike. And this one just kind of lost it all throughout the first half of the movie. That is my long non-spoiler take. DJ, what do you got?
Yeah, basically the same. Kind of like we talked about before, without getting spoilery. Thor 1 and 2 were both done. I believe the director for both was the same guy. It was
Kenneth Branagh.
Gilderoy. Yeah. For those who don't like know names, that's Gilderoy Lockhart in the Harry Potter movie. He did a good job. Yes, it got a little dark, but I think that's because if you look at what's going on in phase 2, they really tackle Tony's PTSD, and in a Disney-fied way, they tackle him being an alcoholic. Then you deal with Cap kind of having PTSD, and then you literally deal with Thor is like 1,200 to 1,500 years old at this point, or as far as stuff goes, he's in his late 20s, early 30s, and he's had it pretty good. Like,
For most of it, yeah.
had some awesome battles, had this, had that, and then once you get to phase 2, like you said, shit hits the fan. He loses his mom. From there he loses his best friend. He loses his hammer. He loses his father. He loses his brother again for like the 10th time. He loses a lot, and then they showed in a good way, I think, or at least the most realistic way that's ever been shown. They show you in Infinity War, well, more so in um Endgame, like it finally took a toll on him, and he didn't know what to do with himself anymore. Like he just didn't know how to handle it. And then this, in kind of not a shitty way, but they just kind of like,
Oh, it hurries past it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like and I think they kind of montage it in the trailers that like we're gonna skip all that, and then because Ragnarok did such a good job of showing Chris Hemsworth his comedic talent and timing, and I mean that movie will have you rolling half the movie. Now there are some serious moments, but like
There's
there's
quite a
some
few, I
funny
think.
shit.
I mean,
I
you
mean,
think,
my wife loves when they're like when he's talking about like there's this time when I was 8 and Loki turned himself into a snake and da da da,
yeah.
and he blah, and he scared the crap. Like there's that. There's when they're going up in the elevator and he's like, let's do get help, and he's like, no, I hate that. And they're like, oh my god, my brother is hurt, he's dying, get help, and he just whips Loki like he's a sack of bricks at a bunch of bad guys. Like
But
there's so
even with that moment being a human movement, that's also still a character moment at its core. Like
yeah
you understand it deepens the knowledge of the dynamic and interaction between Loki and Thor at a time that we never saw. So that's
yeah,
still a character moment, and this movie
and
doesn't intertwine humor and character moments at all, in my
it
opinion.
it tries to show you a few with stuff that happened basically before but between Thor 1 and Thor 2. Um and like basically it gives you a snippet of his whole relationship and why you don't see Jane for a couple to explain, like not that she didn't have a contract for a couple movies, but just to kind of like give a in-universe explanation as to why we don't see her. Um which that was okay, but it's just it it kind of it felt like it was Infinity War, Endgame, and Ragnarok were like 5 steps forward, and then some of this story was like 2 steps back, and then it's almost like they realized this is kind of taking him 2 steps back while he's still trying to move forward, and then they're like, hey, we can fix that with some of his humor that like everyone sees he has now, and some of it was a little cringy at times, and some of it was good. Some of it, the timing was perfect, but then there's like parts where it's like he should really be serious, and he's just kind of like
Yeah.
fucking off.
For me, it feels like a third of this movie, especially the first third, feels very aimless. It feels like we don't have a driving force or a driving point, which is weird because it establishes very early on who the villain is and the stakes, but the way that it's handled and the way that it's filmed and different scenes are stitched together, it just feels very aimless and like there wasn't really a plan. It's like they shot the first third of this movie and was like, oh, guys, we got to make an actual movie here. We can't just put a bunch of scenes together.
I think they should have focused, because I mean they give you a bit of what Gore is doing in the
Let's
trailers.
let's say the villain
But,
for a little bit. I was about to ask you, but let's keep
okay,
going with like the Thor and all that.
like, and I think it also kind of, I suppose we'll talk about we'll talk about Jane in a little bit too. It just it felt like he had a bit of a very humanistic moments, because like for most of these movies he's been painted as an omnipotent god, like he's the god of thunder, like hey, especially with all the shows lately, like these pantheons are real, gods are real, and like they're crazily powered and live for a long, if not for, well, not forever as we've seen with a couple, but like he's been around for a long time, and he's basically just getting to his prime, and it's like you got to see him broken and then piece back together, and then you see him kind of there's a good moment where there's a few good moments where like you see that like he thinks he's all the way back together, but then he's not, and then he does also he shows a lot of growth throughout this, and I think overall they did a good job of giving him a good character moving forward. Now I believe it did say Thor will return.
Yes,
Um,
it did
I
at the very end after the second scene.
it I think whether that's outside of, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be in Guardians 3, at least some of it. That's actually going to take place before this, just because that's kind of how Disney operates with some of these
That
phases.
that'd actually be kind of cool. I'm actually kind of on board with that. Well,
Um,
maybe I don't know. I'll think about it.
um, and I know on the red carpet, Taika said he would be down to do another one if Chris is down to do one. I think they definitely set it up to do more. Kind of like we talked about without getting spoilery. There could definitely be 5 and 6 and really round it out. I know Hemsworth says that he now at this point he wants to break Hugh Jackman's record for amount of movies and amount of time spent playing one character.
I can say,
So
and I will say, that even through all my complaints, I still think this is a very much higher end tier, mid average MCU movie. I think it's in that, not top 10 clearly, but it's still a great, no, sorry, I misspoke. It's still a good MCU movie. I could watch this man play Thor till the end of my days, man. He's so
like
good in it. Yeah, the writing and some of his characterizations is my problem, but my problem isn't with him. He is so good at playing this character.
yes. And it's like, you know, people give all their fan castings for this and for that, and we got a taste of like what was probably fan service in Doctor Strange. But
Probably.
like, well, Sam Raimi says it's fan service, so
I know what I'm
who
saying.
knows?
Like, it was 100%. Like, I
Well, yeah.
I don't think there's any kind of question happening there.
Well, I'm just saying like they're supposedly going to announce who's playing the Fantastic Four for real in the MC movie or in the MCU, whether or not it is John Krasinski and Emily Blunt and other people. I mean, we'll find out for sure, I believe, within the next couple of months.
Who the hell
But
knows?
like it just, I don't know. Like I obviously I'd love, like you're saying too. He's perfect. I mean, Disney so far really hasn't gotten it wrong with who they've cast as certain people. Um, I don't think there's really been a swing and a miss yet.
Yeah, there's been some not phenomenal knockout out of the park, not, Iron Man casting a Cap cast like the original ones. Yeah, but I don't think there's ever been a one that I was like, he was just wrongfully miscast. So I agree with you there, at least for me.
So like as far as that, I mean, like you said, he can't help the dialogue. It all goes back to like Star Wars type stuff. Like the actors can't help the dialogue they're given. You can only put so much makeup on a pig. And not saying that the dialogue is that cringy, but there's some cringe to it. They did a good job setting up stuff for the future. It was much more coherent as to what was going on, especially compared to Doctor Strange. Like, especially watching that the other day, it was like, yeah, what the fuck did just happen in this? Like,
Who knows?
what the hell? But yeah, overall I think it was his performance again was great. It gave Thor more building blocks and not a good sequel, not a like you were saying Top Gun Maverick was an awesome sequel, awesome movie. This was an okay sequel, an okay movie
Yeah, I think
as
three and
far
a
as
half
Thor
is
goes.
a good score. Again, it's pushing where I think, Doctor Strange is a 3, pushing a 2.5 in my personal opinion. And 2.5 is still not bad. That's conversion's sake of 5 out of 10, if you want to think of it that way. This is like a 3.5 pushing a 4. Like I'm telling you, all my complaints are with the first half of this movie. The second half of this movie is, in my
Same.
personal opinion, a ridiculously great movie, but I can't eliminate the first half of this movie. Real quick
Yeah.
before we move on to the second pot's topic, I do want to catch up on some characters just real quick. So Jane Foster, I think, is the best thing in this movie. I think everything with her, even her comedic aspects, her relationship with Thor, some of the things she has to go through and some of the things she has to deal with, again, especially in the second half of the movie. All of it is fantastic. I think it's all written well. I think she gives a good performance. Nothing crazy out of this world. Like, she's good. She really had fun with the role, getting back into a role that she played, but also at the same time a very different role. But I think everything hit. The humor, the serious parts, the dramatic parts, her relationship with Thor and her relationship in terms with Chris Hemsworth is still there. So I think total win on the Jane Foster storyline. What do you think?
Definitely. That was like the the only thing that kind of there was a little bit of in the very beginning of like the way they explained like the kind of start of her journey was a little like would that have there I've seen people kind of picking that apart like well should it have happened this way or should it have happened that way, but I think it still overall was pretty good. And she definitely had some spots where she hit the comedy pretty good. um I mean, Natalie Portman's not known for doing like comedics like outside of her two appearances on Saturday Night Live. Like she's like not known for comedic stuff.
She's not known
Like
for it, but she does it fairly well. Her movie
yeah,
with Ashton Kutcher, the Friends one. Crap, I can't
Friends with
remember.
Benefits.
No, the other one, not the Friends with Ben. That was Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis. Um, well, anyway, it's essentially the same movie, just different. She plays with Ashton Kutcher. She's really funny in that one. So she's not known for it, but like she can do it, and I think she's very effective at
Yeah.
it. But yeah, I just want to like even like you were saying, even the beginning. I think how she gets the hammer, and then when you learn more about, at least what dawned on me personally about why things happen the way they do. I think again, all of it hit. I think all of it was great. Like I said, in my opinion, best part of the movie is everything surrounding her. A part of the movie that I was let down with, not because of what's in the movie, because of the lead up to it, and I hate when that happens, but it happens. The villain Gore. And I say that because nothing that he does in the movie is bad at all. I think his writing's good, his motivation is solid, the performance is really well done. I kept thinking there's a part of me that couldn't get it out of my head. I'm like, man, this guy played Batman just a little bit ago. Turns out it was actually a decade ago, but still, this guy played Batman.
Crazy to think about.
Yeah, that makes me feel old. But I will say all the hype and all the lead up of him being the best villain since Thanos, and maybe even better than Thanos, all the movie bluster and movie hype. I guess I let it get to me, maybe, because I was watching. I was like, yeah, he's a good villain, especially in the MCU, which is known for its subpar villains, at least in my eyes. He's definitely top tier, but like, I don't think anything special came out of the performance or anything like that. It was good and it was definitely creepy at points, but I think the villain, I'm going to say a controversial last statement right here. The true villain in Doctor Strange is obviously better than this movie, in my opinion.
Yes. See, and now supposedly there's a 4-hour cut of this somewhere that has, I think it fills Gore out a bunch more. And like we were talking about how that first, I guess, third half of the
I
film,
I think the first third is pretty bad, honestly.
and honestly, what they should have done is taken out less of that setup because some of it, I don't know if some of it was needed to give backstory and stuff. What they should have done is cut back on some of that and give more of, but like they already know him as the, I mean, I'm pretty sure they call him the Butcher in one of the trailers, and it's like the way they set that up is like you're gonna see him go on just a brutal montage of that, and then it's kind of just a background afterthought, um because of them doing not fan service but just them showing the stuff with the Guardians. So he's kind of like an afterthought in the first third. Like they show his quick origin, which was like me and my wife were like, "Oh, apparently the movie started," because like you didn't
oh
get
yeah,
the
it
normal.
went right into it, man. It was cool.
Yeah, you didn't get the normal opening like comic book scenes, Marvel Studios. Like it just
I
went
will.
into it. And it was like
I will
that
tell
was
you
cool.
to reel it in real quick. I kind of avoided talking about how the movie opens, not because it's really spoiler, but
Well,
I'm
yeah.
very sensitive to that stuff. So
Um, and I think they could have expanded on that. They did a very brief take on because this time especially again they did a good job of sticking to the what am I the words I'm looking for, the like the main material. Like they stuck pretty good with comic book
source
wise.
material.
Source material, there you go. They stick very close to his start in the comics. um Obviously the way Thor loses the hammer in Ragnarok is way different than what happens in the comics. And
And
we
see,
most likely will never get that in the comics because it would be too confusing of a way
I
to
don't really
handle it
care
that
about all
way.
that. I don't care about
No,
adaptations.
and
This is
like
coming from a guy who reads comics and all that. It's like as
yeah,
long as it makes sense in the movie and it makes
see, and
chronological sense
that's
in
what
the
I was
series that
happy
they're
with.
bringing. So
And that's what I was happy with because am I allowed to say how all that happens in the comics, or is that too spoilery? Because it's way different than the movie.
I mean, it's not spoiler for the MCU because it doesn't happen. But
Okay, so in the comics, they're fighting Nick Fury, and Fury leans in and whispers something to Thor, and he loses the ability immediately to pick up the hammer, becomes all depressed, leaves. Then I believe it's Freya, who obviously can't do that in the MCU, brings Jane there and is like, I think you're worthy. And ta-da, she is. Now that's way different than the movie, and I love the way they handled it in the movie just because obviously they couldn't do it that way. That's not Thor lost being worthy and gained it back in the first movie, and they gave him Stormbreaker, so that wasn't needed. But I love the way they handled it, knowing full and well they couldn't do um the source material version of her becoming worthy or whatever. The way they handled it was very well. I know some people thought it was kind of cringe that it's like um this happens during whatever part and then she's just worthy, and it's like, okay, is that what set it off, or it was kind of like, was she worthy all along? And it goes back to the whole when they're arguing whether or not Vision's technically worthy and stuff like that. It just, I think overall they did her story great from start to finish. Giving the small peek at basically what happened to her. Now, obviously, we didn't see if she got dusted or not, but we basically saw what happened from Thor: The Dark World through to now.
yeah, they give a recap, and they do. I think it's the best form of recap, especially in storytelling. It's not really done through a montage, flashback, or anything like that. It's done through just character writing and everything like that. You learn kind of throughout the interactions with the people of the current story what happened to her and what she has been doing. So, um, I
There's
want
only
to.
one storyline that was better in the movie, I think, and that was the relationship between Thor and his weapons.
Oh God, yeah, but we're not talking about that until next week. So,
No.
um, so I did want to wrap things up here. That is our spoiler-free review. Join us next week where maybe DJ comes back, maybe not. But Logan and I will talk about all things spoiler inside and out. It'll probably be a pretty long conversation because it'll be his first time viewing it. I do want to bring Logan back in here real quick because I had a question to say. Let me know when you're back.
I'm back.
Alrighty, welcome back to the experience because it works because it's the experience point. Anyway,
Way.
hey, I got you. Okay, so now that we're through Thor: Love and Thunder, this is a question that Logan and I have talked about before on the show. We have about Phase 4. I was looking some stuff up as we were going through. Ladies and gentlemen, we are only halfway through Phase 4, including TV shows, including movies. I'm going to give you a list real quick, and then I'm going to ask a question afterwards of what we have left until Phase 4, quote unquote, is done. Movies, we have Black Panther 2, Captain Marvel 2 / The Marvels, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Blade, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, Fantastic Four. TV shows, She-Hulk, Secret Invasions, Ironheart, Armor Wars, I Am Groot, and then whatever the fuck Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. And the question I want to ask is a question that Logan and I have talked about, and I don't think this movie has changed my opinion, at least. Where is all this going, and is it worth all the content that we have to dig ourselves through to get to wherever it is this is going to end up?
I hope so, but the only thing I'm seeing is like, how is it all could connect? Like, that's the issue. Like, phase 1 through 4. Wait, we're in 4. So phase 1 through 3. They all had a reason to be there. Yes, they were, movies to keep the story going, but they all had a meaning by the end. So I'm wondering what the deep meaning
Yeah.
behind all this is going to be.
What's the meaning to She-Hulk? What's the meaning
Yeah,
to
like at
Secret
first I thought it was a
Invasions?
multiverse, but it seems like the multiverse really doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a thing soon. It's just going to be pushed off again, and they just kind of are doing whatever they want at this point, which just makes me think like, are they even going to connect this to like what's going on, or is this literally just all filler until they finally get to the point?
Like, I read you guys what's coming up. There is no team up in sight for the next
That's
year
what
and
I
a
heard.
half of movies and TV shows. There's no
'Cause
team up in sight. So,
we've got stuff through 2024
not in this that I saw. I thought
or just through 2023.
just through 2023. I thought there was stuff announced, but I could not find it for the life of me.
And I mean, we've got, like I said, the big Comic Con and D23. They're supposed to be announcing stuff. What I all think is gonna, I think they're building towards either um the Avengers versus X-Men storyline, or more likely is they're building towards Secret Wars.
I
That
I, I get that, and that's all cool, but I just count it, and we are 11 pieces of content into Phase 4 with no singular driving point or narrative pulling us through. I want to
think
remind you that we just talked about Phase 2. It was 6 movies total.
that's true.
That's what I'm saying. I guess
But
what I'm asking is it too much?
so we had how many movies though? Because start to finish, phase 1 through 3 were all in some way, shape, or form setting up, building towards the full-on Infinity Saga. Like that, it was 16 movies total from start to finish for all that, and
Yeah, I will tell you,
well,
yeah, it's Phase 1 through 3. So the Infinity Saga, we can call it the Infinity Saga because that's what Marvel has called it, or Disney's called it, was 23 movies, obviously, including Far From Home. By the time Phase 4 is done, including TV shows, it'll be 25 pieces of content. So longer
and
than the entirety of the Infinity Saga.
and I feel like I feel like I don't know if it's because like hardcore comic fans felt like they were being handheld too much through the Infinity Saga, whereas like casual comic book people or superhero people, or what, even for some of them Iron Man was their first like, hey, Marvel's actually a thing. I mean, obviously since excluding the OG Spider-Mans, because I feel like that's everyone's like, hey, superhero movies. Other, because I mean we had a bunch of Batmans already, um and um one shittily redone Superman movie that's got some good but mostly negative. Um, but like it 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 did a good job walking you step by step and setting up like, hey, here's this, like here's this, here's that. Then we got our first huge team up, and it did a good job building, constructing, and giving you this big picture. And especially once you get to the end of the first Avengers movie, from there on, you people probably saw, okay, who's that big purple guy? Oh, his name is Thanos, and dig into it and kind of got a brief like, okay, this is what's going to happen, A through Z, and they built and flowed into it really well. And then with this, it was kind of like, it's like they blew their wad, and then they're like, okay, how should we go about this? And they're like, huh, well, we could set up this, like, I don't want to say original sin just because
It's not gonna be original sin, man. There's no
it,
way.
no,
There's
they
nothing
kind of,
here that leads me to think that.
no, they've already gotten rid of too much. And I mean, they gave a small reference kind of to some of the original sin stuff in parts of not Far From Home. Yeah, Far From Home. Um, but outside of that, it seems much more they're building towards Secret Wars. But it's like, it's almost like this, they did it with the intention of, we're gonna buy Fox, and then they bought Fox, and they're like, oh shit, it actually went through. Now how the hell do we bring all these characters into the fold? And then they literally have only brought, like, I mean, we've seen Professor X, we've seen, who else? Black Bolt, we've seen a small handful of non MC, like pre buyouts. We've only seen 3 or 4 of those characters. Now obviously they're not going to like slap us in the face with, hey, here's all the X-Men. And I don't know if they're going to go about throwing in the X-Men, like, are we going to start with them in the middle of their story? Like they've been a team together for a hot minute already? Or are we going to get an origins for the X-Men? Like, do we need that? It just, especially with with the movies we have announced right now, like it almost seems like if building, like, if all this is just building to, like, phase 4 is just gonna be nothing but build up and bringing in all the characters, and then phase 5 is Secret Wars. Okay, but then this seems like more of a what are we doing here, guys version of, well, I guess not really phase 2, because like we talked about, that was pretty solid. It's kind of like we're stumbling down the path we can see, but we just keep tripping over shit that's not really there. And then we're gonna wind up at, okay, here's phase 5, and it's like, what the hell has been going on for the last, what, 4 years, 5 years, by the time we get there.
Oh, awkward silence. Sorry, I got my food. Logan, do you have anything to say about the MCU right now?
No.
No. It's sad. Now, all this talking, all this complaining. Let me eat real quick. Alright. It's still, I'm having fun watching it. Like, it's still good content. It's just, it's not what came before. And I guess it's not fair because, like, we all knew things were going to change after Endgame. Like, we knew things couldn't be like that always. Like, you were riding a freaking pendulum on the way to a collision course with a wall. After you hit it for the first time, you can't hit it again the same time. I don't know if that visual representation makes any sense, but I don't know. I just wish there was more urgency in what they're trying to do here. And I also personally wish there was less. I think to answer my own question I asked quite a bit ago, I think yes, there is way too much going on right now. There's too much content. I understand that they want to make these shows so they don't have to put as much money into making movies to introduce these characters, but how are all these characters we're introducing gonna be able to work the same way that the OGs did in the expanded roster of the Infinity Saga together in one movie? And I don't think that happens. I don't think it's even possible anymore with all the people we got going on. So, before we close out, I did want to point out the critical response to Thor: Love and Thunder, and I think it's a little harsh So the way that the oh my god, the level that all movies sit at, according to Rotten Tomatoes, and Metacritic is a little different, but I like Rotten Tomatoes better. The original Thor, 77. Thor: The Dark World, 66. Remember that number. Thor: Ragnarok sits at 93, rightly so, and then Thor: Love and Thunder currently sits at a 68, 2 percentage points higher than Thor: The Dark World, and I can just say I vehemently disagree with that. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that word. Not crazy. Again, me not saying that Love and Thunder is Ragnarok level. It's not. I think it's should be way farther away from Thor: The Dark World than 2 percentage points. I think it should be up there in original Thor territory, if not in yeah, 75, 77, around that area. I think is where it should sit. So I think the movie is getting uh reacted to critically a little harshly, and now that may be just because people are tired of this phase 4, and I see it all over the internet. We want answers, we want something to tell us where all this is leading for, instead of just fish feeding us more and more movies. DJ?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a little bit of that, and I think um people went into this one especially because of how fantastic Ragnarok was. People went in this with, I think, um way too high of expectations. I think you give this a couple months and this one is closer to or above Thor 1. Um Maybe doesn't pass it, but gets I think it could at least earn that, almost that equal footing to it. Kind of like we talked about, um if they did a few things in the first third of the movie, this could have easily been an 80. Um I know Taika Waititi has flirted with, maybe they put his 4-hour cut on Disney Plus. Um I mean, I doubt it, but maybe they put a revamped version that gives us either more of our villain or cuts down on a little bit of the cringe and the campiness that's in that first third, um and jumps it to the level of Ragnarok even. And like that possibility is there, but it's like a lot of what he said got cut, other than more of our villain, more of our dual Thor story. There was a bunch of new planets, a handful more new characters, and it's like this didn't really need even more characters. Um I think it's almost like he wasn't entirely sure which way to, like, it's almost like he wanted to do, not um like, it's like he closed out the original Thor trilogy and then wanted to do his own trilogy, and he was going to set up a bunch of stuff for his own trilogy, as in like a 4, 5, 6, and Disney was not cool with some of it, or wasn't sure if they wanted to do a 4, 5, 6, because I mean they're already paying a massive amount to keep him as Thor, but I think he's almost got to move to a, like, he was a producer on this one, so he got a big chunk of cash from that. So I think if they can get him to move to that, like, this could be a better movie. But I mean, it all depends on if we get a a Taika Waititi cut or not.
All right, final thing, real quick. Excluding all the TV shows because they had deserve their own category, we have Black Widow, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Eternal, Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and Thor: Love and Thunder are the movies of Phase 4. Remove Spider-Man No Way Home because obviously that's number one. Where does this sit in your ranking of those other four
Well,
movies? So,
Eternals was marketed like ass, and it kind of dragged on, and also that is a perfect representation of this phase. A lot happened, but we don't know why
none of
or
it
the purpose
matters.
of it. Right, yeah, right now none of that matters.
I'd
Like,
say personally, it sits back and forth. Shang-Chi and Thor: Love and Thunder for the 2 and 3 spot. Haven't really quite figured that out yet.
I would put those two, and then followed closely by Black Widow was good, it just seemed like it was a little bit too late to even have this as a movie.
It was definitely
Other
too
than
late. Yeah,
other than setting up Yelena, but it's like
best character in the MCU currently,
honestly
outside of
they could
Thor.
have. I'll yeah, like yeah, Spider-Man's definitely number one.
Well, duh. Yeah,
I
that's
put
why I excluded
this
it.
this and Shang-Chi, I think, are 2A and 2B, and then Black Widow, and then what else came out? Is it just Eternals after that?
Doctor Strange.
I
The fact that
I
you
would put
forgot about it is more than
Well,
enough proof.
Strange still goes above Eternals, but Strange was just honestly they could have made that a TV show, and that would have been better for it. Because like you guys kind of talked about, it it wasn't a sequel. Like, and it's supposed to be a sequel that wasn't a sequel. Like, it was weird. It was a Doctor Strange movie that was a sequel to WandaVision, kind of. Like, it was a sequel to the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I'll put it at two tied for second.
All right. Final wrap up thoughts. Sorry that dragged on a little longer than I had anticipated, but that's okay. Join us next week, as I said, for the full on spoiler dump. We'll talk about everything inside and out, including some character moments that I wanted to talk about, but obviously can't do that here on this stage. Final wrap up thoughts. Go see this movie. I think it still deserves a watch in theaters. It's still an enjoyable, fun movie, shot well. 90% of it looks really good. There are some hiccups in the CGI here and there, but I don't care too much about that kind of stuff. It's whatever. I do notice it, but wish wash. Characters are written well. Some of the dialogue can be a little cringy here and there, but the second half of the movie is, in my opinion, a phenomenal second half. So, final thoughts, real quick, DJ.
Yeah, same. Hit and miss in a few areas. A little bit cringy dialogue here and there too, but overall, good story, good movie. Not high end of this phase that apparently will never end.
Fucking Jesus, dude. It is the high
but,
end. It's the high end of the worst phase. Easily. I mean, I think
yeah.
I can easily say worst phase. All right. Moving on to the second pots. This is a little bit of introduction. We can also welcome back Mr. Birdman, Logan Bergman. Welcome back to the show. Are you still alive? You
Welcome
still
back,
with this?
number 2.
Welcome back,
I'm
number
back.
2. Excited for you to see this movie. Can't wait to talk more about it with you next week. Probably do just as long of a talk when we talk about the spoilers and all this. So hope you enjoyed that. In fact, it may even help you out. It might have lowered your expectations a little bit, so you can go into it with a little bit lower expectations. So maybe that works out for you. Maybe that doesn't. But in an introduction to what we're doing now, we are going to do an OpenCritic battle predictions between the three of us here. What we're doing is we're taking a mix of the big blockbuster games and also the games that we personally have on our drafted fantasy critics. All those games apply, and then anything else that me or the guys want to throw in. We're gonna predict what score they get, and then we're gonna get points based off those scores. So, for the audience to understand what's going on, the scoring system is once you get 5 points away from what the OpenCritic score settles on, you will start to gain points. 5 points away, you get 1 point. 4 points away, you get 2 points. 3 points away, you get 3 points. 2 points away, you get 4 points. 1 point away, you get 5 points. And a bullseye nets you 7 points. So, that's what we're doing here. We have 11 or 12 games to predict today, and then we'll update this throughout the rest of the year. As games come out, we'll do it in groups a month. This takes us through September, I believe, and all the bigger games and the Fantasy Critic games. So let's dive right into it. Let's rip through these. I'm not too worried about it. The news stories are kind of blah, whatever this week. But we will start with Stray. Don't have to go around the table here. We made our predictions this morning before the review embargo released. I predicted an 84. DJ tried to The Price is Right me at 85, which by the way, you totally could have just done 84. You can vote the same that I can, whatever. That's what you think. I don't
I
know if
thought
you
about it and I was like,
I
I'm
don't know
going
if you
Price
meant
is
to
Right on
do.
you.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to do Prices Right to try to get one more point than me, but whatever. And then Logan came in with the big kicker at 69. Had no faith in Stray. Right now, as the score sits, it is an 84. We'll
By
talk
the way,
about.
that was a joke. I didn't actually think it was gonna get 69. I was just because you said it was too late. I'm like, well,
Oh,
69.
okay.
You said it was too late, so I was like, all right, well, I'm
Well,
not gonna.
I didn't know if you had looked at it, and actually, early
I
on, it
would have
was
gave it like an 80. I would have
okay.
probably said 80.
Well, early on, it was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll give you an 80. I don't care. I'll give you 1 point. I guess it's 2 points. Whatever, 2 points. There you go. Take your 2 points.
Thank you.
Yeah. Early on, it was actually like in the high 70s, but then as the reviews poured in throughout the day, it's currently sitting at an 84. So, bullseye for Mr. Me. Unless that changes, I will change the scores as it changes. Moving on to the next game. This is a Logan picked game, Live Alive, which should be called Live Alive because that's a much better name. What do we have going around the table, starting with Logan, going to DJ, and then going with me? We won't have that every time. I'll mix it up here and there. What do we predict Live Alive will get in Metacritic?
I think I'm gonna give it an 81.
81 prediction. You have a reason for that?
I feel like it's a safe bet. And it really depends on how the Westerners really how they take it. So
The
I think an
Westerners.
80, yeah. Well, because it was made originally in Japan. It was
No, I
only
know.
in
I
yeah,
understand everything behind it. I was just saying the way you said that the Westerners was
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah. But I'll say yeah. You know what? 82. I'll stick with 82. That'll be my final answer.
Mr. Thor Kage. What do you have?
I'm gonna give it a 79, just because if he's relying on the Western market to do well, we're a letdown all across the board lately. So I'm
Well,
gonna go 79 on it.
when it comes to RPGs, maybe. I know I did a little bit of research. And this game's good. We know it's good. It's using the art style that was made famous by Octopath Traveler and Triangle Strategy, two of the worst named games of all times. But I love those games. So, but I don't think this is gonna take the world by storm. I don't think it gets into the 80s. I don't think it climbs that high. Again, could be wrong. So I'm gonna say 76 is a solid score for me. I think it'll be in the high 70s. I think a lot of places will score this a 7 out of 10. With maybe 1 or 2 9 out of 10, which would get it into the mid to high 70s. Moving on now, another Logan. Wait, no, this is DJ, right? Yeah, DJ picked game Xenoblade Chronicles 3, the latest RPG coming out of the studio that I forgot, but it's the third game in the series. Actually, that's a lie. I believe it's like the 10th game in the series if you look back at what the series is actually made out of. So starting off with the guy who picked it, obviously, DJ, what do you predict Xenoblade Chronicles 3 to score for you
I'm
and this point?
I'm gonna give it an 83.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of good, not a lot of bad, other than this took forever to come out. And the only news I've seen for it lately is because I don't want to say it can be pornographic, but they basically gave it a mode that it's like put on all the clothes mode, and people are like, we couldn't care less. It's more just so that hey, I'm 18 and playing this, and there's a naked chick on the screen right now. My mom can walk in and be like, "What the hell are you playing?" You can put this mode on and be like, "Oh, well, that's a bussy lady," and walk back out. Like, it's just I don't look like quite a big of a perv mode, and but I think overall, I think I might have played the second one, as in Bayonetta 2, because like you said, it's
I
kind of
think
like
you're thinking of
Kingdom.
Bayonetta. We're talking about Xenoblade.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
thinking of.
I was like, wait, I think you're talking
Yep, yep,
about Bayonetta
one
3
one.
right now.
Yep, Bayonetta, not. Yep.
Yeah.
I was.
All right, so what do you want?
Um.
Xenoblade. You still at 83?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Xenoblade. I'm still gonna be 83. I don't remember because I kind of looked at it before and was like, "Yep." 80. I'll give it a 82, 83, and now I don't remember why. Cause well, since we started, I've gotten a thing about that and a thing about someone being a complete sweat at Elden Ring. So I forgot my reasoning, but I'll go with an 83 yet, and hopefully my Bayonetta 3 grade for Xenoblade will be better or good enough.
Well, we'll talk about Bayonetta later in the show, but we will predict that in a later episode. I think you're honestly right around what it's going to be. First Xenoblade got an 81. Second Xenoblade got an 83 or 82, one of those two. And I think this looks better. I think it's going to be received a little bit better. So I'm not going to Price is Right you, but I am going to go with an 85. I think 85. I think it's going to score mid to high 80s. This is a pretty well received JRPG series, and nothing that I've seen so far from any of the shows, any of the trailers or anything, tell me anything different that it's not going to be, again, received well. So, Mr. Logan, Mr. JRPG himself, what do you got for this one, brother?
81.
81. All right. So we're all thinking this game's going to score pretty good. That's good. I'm glad. Moving on now to the next game. It is a Mike game, also known as Me 2 Point Campus. The next game in the series of 2 Point. You know what? I played. Well, actually, I didn't play anything. I watched Logan play 2 Point Hospital as we were both riddled with exhaustion. I remember, dude, we were so tired that night that you came down and we played that.
Yeah.
It was so exhausting. But I do remember it looking really good. I got really excited. I'm going to play 2 Point Campus when it comes out. And based off 2 Point Hospital being an 84, I think this will be a little bit of a downtrot from that. I think 2 Point Hospital really was their watershed game. I think people really like that. It was really a focused game. This game seems to be doing significantly more, and I just don't know if it'll all be received as well as Hospital was. So I'm going to down trick it a little bit to 80, but I'm going to settle at 80 for 2 Point Campus. My own game, 10 points for me coming out. Speaking of points, Logan, what do you got for this one?
I was gonna say 80 as well. Actually, that
All
was actually
right.
my thing, so I'll stick with 80. Yeah.
All right, well, that's okay. Any reasoning why, or it's just pretty much what I'm saying?
No, I mean I agree. I mean, especially since the other one was 84, I think this one's gonna be a little bit lower because they're this is a lot more bigger of a game for them, which doesn't mean it's gonna be worse, but they have a lot going on in this game, and yeah, I don't know. I just feel like 80 is a safe bet, in my opinion.
DJ, what do you got, my man?
I'm gonna Price is Right, you guys. I'm gonna go the opposite way. I'm gonna go 79, just because from what you guys are
You know, it's
saying.
only 1 point different, right? It's not like
Yeah, I
you
know.
get all the points, right?
Yeah, but every point matters. If I can pull
Fair
a 5
enough, I
on you
guess.
guys and you only get a 4, yeah, if it's it, because I did watch gameplay of the one you guys are talking about, and the fact that this is bigger, more of a bigger scale. Bigger isn't always better.
Usually
So
not
I
with these
mean, we'll
types of
see.
games.
Yeah. So
All
we'll
right,
see. But yeah, I'm gonna go 79.
moving on to another Mike game, Cult of the Lamb, a game that I ruthlessly snagged from DJ.
Bastard.
I loved it. I did the same shit with Logan on Quarry, which didn't actually score. It only got me like 9 points, but joke's on me. I've been wondering what this game's gonna do. I've been trying to figure it out. It's from Devolver Digital, an amazing publisher. I love Devolver Digital. I just played one of their games. I beat it a couple weeks ago. But the developer doesn't really have anything spectacular. Some of the games they've done, the Adventure Pals and Never Give Up, 2018 and 2019 respectively. And I think I'm trying to decide whether this is going to be the watershed game, the glow up game, or whether this is going to be a well scored disappointment. And what I mean by that is the game's still going to score well, but it's not going to be what everyone is hoping it's going to be because the hype around this game is pretty pretty real right now. It's pretty high. So I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to say this is the watershed game. 88. DJ.
Okay. Yeah. I was kind of high on this just from watching the trailer and some of the gameplay and stuff. Man, I don't know if it's gonna be. It looks so good and it got a lot of hype.
Well,
I
and you,
think,
Neon White is a game that Devolver Digital just came out with, and people were not
yeah,
nearly as high on that, and they got an 88.
I'm gonna say it gets a 90.
Whoa, coming in hot with a big 9. I hope so. That would be great for my fantasy league.
Yeah.
I guess our fantasy league. Mr. Logan, the Birdman Bergman. What do you think about Cult of the Lamb, sir?
I'm gonna press. Oh god dang, can't talk right now.
What the hell are you listening to?
My phone's going crazy right now.
I was like, you came in here with the jingles on.
No. I'm gonna go with 91.
Oh, we all very, very, man. I did not think.
Dude, I want
I
this
thought
game
I
to do very well.
Oh,
because
I
I'm actually
wanted
really
to good,
excited
dude.
for it, and
I
I
wanted-
plan on getting it.
Yeah, I wanted to do very good too. Well, I mean, it is a roguelike, so I don't know if I'll play it. So,
You
but I wanted to do good. What? You know what?
It's $25.
Well, you know what?
So worth it.
Take your disappointment. Enjoy my parents. Moving on to the next game, Logan.
Dang. Okay.
I'm sitting in front of a computer talking about video games, so I'm sure they're disappointed in me. Moving on to now a Logan game, Destroy All Humans 2 Reprobed Edition. This is your newest addition. What am I talking about? Your newest addition to your fantasy league, kind of. I think. Hold on, let me see the roster. Yep,
Brand new.
Yep, your last one. So, sir, take it away. What do you think Destroy All Humans Reprobed Edition is going to score on the OpenCritic?
I hope they've learned a lot from the first, because this is these are remakes and everything. I really hope this one does insanely well. They're doing some cool things with it. Like they're bringing full blown co-op into this one, which was not originally in the first game at all, or in the original Destroy All Humans 2, which actually really excites me because then I could play this with Amy, and I think that'd be really fun. Or if someone else got it out to play too with them. But that's really cool that you can play the entire story in co-op. So that's pretty exciting. I don't know how much more that's going to boost anything on what people like about it. But I am really excited for it, and I do hope it scores pretty well. I don't expect like a 90, but I do expect. I'm just going to go on and I'm going to say 80. Just 80.
DJ, I'm still eating. Go ahead.
I didn't even know this one was coming out as a reboot. I remember Destroy All Humans 1 and 2. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be anything crazy. I'm gonna give it an 80 also.
All right. I played Destroy All Humans 2020 remake. I liked it because I liked the original one. I remember the second game not being as good as the first game. The 2020 remake got a 71. I think this game is received a little better because it seems to be more ambitious than just a straight remake. But I don't think it gets received as well as y'all are predicting. 72.
Okay.
All right, lock him in. Going into the next game, another Logan game. The Last of Us Part 1, a game that he still has not beat. Or I guess this game's technically not out yet, but he still has not beat The Last of Us, and he picked it on the Fantasy Showcase. So, Mr. Logan, take it away. What do you think The Last of Us Part 1 is going to score?
93.
Damn!
Oh, I know it is because not only they're not changing the story or anything, and all they're doing is just adding a lot more stuff to it. So I mean, what did the first Last of Us score?
94, I think. 95, something like
Yeah.
that.
So
Really
I'm gonna
good.
say 93 for sure, because like it's an easy 93. Because I mean, come on, they already know they're gonna probably like it unless it's a really bad port, which I would be very surprised about.
Well, it's not a port.
Well, not port. Sorry, very bad update or remake of it.
The
I mean
Last of Us
they
remastered, which is widely considered to be the ideal way to play the game on PS4, was scored at 94.
yeah. So if anything, for some reason I feel like they're gonna be dumb and they're gonna bring it down a little bit. So I'm gonna say 93. I'm gonna definitely say 93 just because.
I put a lot of thought in this one. When I wrote it in here, I was like, huh. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Those of you who have watched episode 2 of the XP podcast, go do that now if you haven't. It's a long one, but you can skip around if you want to. I have it pretty high on my list. I think it's 4? Do you remember, Logan? I don't remember. It's up there. I do not think this game breaks 90 in terms of its critical reception. That being said, I personally think it deserves to get 90 just because it's The Last of Us. But I don't think critics are going to grade it based off it just being The Last of Us again. I think they're going to grade it on the quality of how much it brings it forward. And I think it's really only going to bring it forward to 2020 timelines, which is perfectly fine for me. That is not a reputation on the game itself or anything like that. It's not me negatizing anything. I'm going to say 87 for The Last of Us Part 1. I just don't think it reaches 80. I just don't think it'll be received with the same reverence and the same awe-inspiring that the first game is, because they're going to say, yeah, it's the same story, but they're not going to give this game points for that story because they've already given this game points for that story when they reviewed the first game, if that makes any sense for my reasoning. DJ, what do you think, buddy? I think I just called you Butter. I meant Buddy. I think I called you Butter. My apologies.
I mean, if you want me to do my Butters impression, I will.
No, I'm good.
I'm kind of same line of thinking as you. I'm gonna give it an 89 though. I don't think it's gonna quite break 90, but I mean, who who knows? Crazier things have happened,
Oh, yeah,
but yeah, I just
This is all just
I don't
guesses.
see this. Yeah, I just don't see it going quite as them being like, yeah, it's breaking again, 90, 93, 94, 95. Like it just, like you said, we've already seen the story. Unless they're for some reason gonna redo the whole story, which wouldn't make sense. I
No,
don't see this
they're
going
not
insane.
going to. Moving on, another Logan game, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, another Logan game, Splatoon 3. So, Logan, take it away. What do you think Splatoon 3 is going to get?
I'm gonna say 85. Well, no, 83.
Reasoning.
I mean, it seems like they're doing a lot to enhance the game. I know a lot of people are really excited for this game. I mean, this is basically Nintendo's shooter game. It's their shooter. And I know a lot of people are absurdly excited for this game. It doesn't look like, if to me, it looks like it is a big improvement, and they're adding a lot to the game, and they're doing a lot of new cool things with it. I know it's kind of ballsy to go with 83, especially with a lot of the Nintendo games I put on my list lately. I've been kind of in the 70s. You're disappointing me, Nintendo.
Dude,
But
outside of the big games, that's what I tried to tell you when we drafted. Outside of like the big tentpole Mario, Zelda games, their games score in the 70s.
I'm still gonna go with the 83
Okay.
because I do think this one is a lot bigger than most of the other games I put on my list. I mean,
Oh, I agree.
I really went a little crazy with the Nintendo Switch Sports thing, which I still love that game, but I definitely, I don't know where I was thinking it was going to score very high, but it's okay. Mistakes were made. But I think this game's a lot more bigger of a deal than that game is. And
Oh,
other games
100%.
up on my
Yeah.
list. So I think, again, yeah, I really think it's going to be an 83. I think it's going to score really well. I don't think it's going to be like a 90 or super crazy, but I do think it's going to be really good. A lot of people really like the Splatoon games, and I feel like they've only gotten better and better. So I think, yeah, I think 83 is definitely going to be where they're going to hit.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm technically gonna Price is Right you, but I'm not doing it for the Price is Right. I made my decision on what I was gonna get before you gave your score. The first game scored an 81. Second game scored an 83. While I do think this game will be an improvement on Splatoon 2. Now, granted, take this with a major, huge grain of salt. I've never played any of them. They're not my games. I don't want to play them. But I understand their appeal and all that. I think this game looks like an improvement. It looks better. It looks like the culmination of everything that they're doing. But I think it's going to be scored as, yeah, it's great. It's more Splatoon. And I think it'll
Mhm.
get a lot of 4s out of 5s, a lot of 8s out of 10s. It'll be scored pretty evenly across the board. So I'm splitting Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, and I am going 82. No, oh, shit. I wrote over my
You know,
name.
we should make a rule for this. You shouldn't be looking up past scores. We should
Why,
be going off of like.
why
I mean,
not?
I guess if we want to do that, then hey, I mean, I just feel like that's kind of cheesing it. We should just be looking at the games by themselves.
Why look at the game and then I look at what the developers score? Because that's how you come to a conclusion on what you think this game's going to do.
Okay, sure. I mean, if we want to do that, cool.
I don't see what's wrong with that.
Then just go with it. That's the rule.
I am. Logan. I mean, DJ. Splatoon 3. But
Um,
don't look up any scores.
I'm gonna give it an
I'm just giving you shit.
81, I think.
Oh my god.
Um,
Y'all are annoying as hell.
I
I'm just kidding.
same as you. I've never. My experience with Splatoon is using the characters on Super Smash Bros. Um, so I just, if I'm gonna play a shooter, it's not gonna be on Switch. That's just, it's not for that. um, so yeah, like you said, it it's not a Mario game. It's not a Zelda game. They seem to care more about it as of late, and they care more about Splatoon than they do some of their other big games like the Pikmin series.
Oh, outside of
Some of
Zelda and Mario, I think this is the biggest property. I think this is honestly the best property outside of those two as well.
yeah, definitely. Um, so I mean, I could see it doing maybe better, but I'm just gonna throw 81 out there and be happy with it.
All right, well, going on to the next game. It is a DJ game. Warhammer 40K Dark Tide. Take it away, sir.
Um, all the Warhammer games do fairly well. Worthy sniped one from me in the draft. Um,
Oof.
and they're talking this might be even better than that was. So I believe that got a 91. I think.
I don't know.
Um,
I, I went against my own quote unquote rule. I did not look this one up, so I don't have much of an opinion about this one if I'm being honest.
I'll look this one up. I just want to see what Warhammer Total War got.
Oh my
Because
god.
I remember I was hyped to get it, and then
Oh,
Worthy took it,
Warhammer
and
3
it
got
scored.
an 86. That's a totally
Okay,
different game. That's an RTS.
yeah,
This is a first
yeah.
person shooter,
Um,
right? Am I wrong about that?
no, yeah, you're right. It's a
Okay.
it's a first person. Um, I think it will do better. I think it's gonna get an 80. Not much though. I think it's gonna get a. Yeah, I'm gonna settle on an 87. I don't think it's gonna. It's not gonna be, well, Halo Infinite. I've been hearing is crumbling. It's not gonna be
Who knows?
Warzone when it first started. It's not gonna be, game changing. As far as first person shooters go, but I think it'll still be relatively good.
So sell me on this game. Before I put a score on it, sell me on this game. What is Warhammer 40K Dark Tide? I know it's a first person shooter set in the Warhammer universe. That's about all I know about it. You say it's not going to be
Oh
Warzone. Is it like Warzone? Is it trying to be like Warzone, like a BR?
no, I think it's no, it's nothing like that. This is just it's given you. Um, I think a lot of this is based on what's going on in the tabletop game right now, which is they're taking basically the biggest storyline, which is um their emperor goes back to Earth because he's got some secret stuff he's got to work on. Um, it's hard to explain just because it uses a lot of the same lingo that Star Wars and especially Dune uses with like um the warp and spice and that kind of stuff. It's akin to that where the warp is a living entity and it
Spice
it
Wars,
kind
yeah.
of um so this I think is just going to be a really it's going to put you in that first person. You're not just clicking here's your army, you're sending this squad over here. This is gonna put you, I think it's gonna be closer to like a Halo type first person shooter where it's your boots on the ground, I think you're just a main character and it's, go slaughter either the I forget if I know it shows alien species in there. I'm pretty sure it shows a bunch of Xenos. Um it's gonna be akin to that, like Master Chief and Halo 3 just blasting through brutes and flood, and I think it's gonna be kind of like that. So just with Warhammer characters obviously. So I it could be good. I
What'd you
Most of
give
their
it again,
games
by the
do
way?
all right.
What'd you predict it for?
87.
87. Sorry, I missed that. Um,
No problem.
I'm gonna. 76. I don't have a lot of faith in it. I'm sorry. Logan, go ahead, brother.
79.
Okay, Logan's with me too. Sorry, DJ.
Hey, no problem.
Because this game's a lot like Vermintide, by the way. It's a more
What's a sequel to Vermintide?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like they had Vermintide 1 and then Vermintide 2, and then this game is a lot like that, just with guns. And Vermintide 2 got scored 81. So I'm definitely gonna say this is probably 79.
Vermintide 2, however, got an 83.
I guess on Metacritic it got 81.
We're not
At least
doing
the one I
Metacritic,
looked
we're
at.
doing OpenCritic.
Well, I'm gonna look at any score I want. So I'm gonna say 79.
Okay. All right, the last game that is a part of the Fantasy Critic League. Evil West. Logan, this is your game. Take it away, sir.
I haven't done a lot. This game looks pretty cool, actually. It's a third-person action game, and like it's basically like, have you ever heard of the game Damnation or anything like that?
Oh, I know what this game is, yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
It looks really cool. From my thing, I haven't done a lot of research on this game. I know a lot of people are really excited, and it looks really cool from the little bit I have seen of it. It's a very action-packed, like the Evil West. It's in like the Western times, but it's like fantasy where you're like fighting monsters and everything. Um, it just looks really cool. Looks really fun. It looks new. Uh, I mean, I guess if I had to put a review on it real quick, I'm gonna say 80, 81. I don't think it's gonna be like a 90, but I do think it's gonna score very well. It looks really good from the little bit of gameplay I've seen. The world looks really cool. The story seems pretty awesome, and it just looks really fun. So yeah, and I think I really do hope it does well. I mean, this is kind of going on a limb because it's like newer and it's not like a sequel. It's not going off of anything else other than it seems like it has a lot of inspiration from the Damnation game. So I would say, 80. Yeah, I think no, let's just do 82. Yeah.
82. All right, lock it in. Well, I can tell you that I am very excited about this game being developed by Wild Flying Hog, which developed Shadow Warrior 1, 2, and 3. I love 2 and I love 3. However, I don't think this game gets to an 80. Flying Wild Hog has not developed a game that's gotten to the 80s. I think they're great. I love them for what they are. But I don't think this is the watershed. If Shadow Warrior 3, which I think is a tightly crafted video game in terms of gameplay and gunplay and all that, didn't reach an 80, I don't think this first attempt at a third-person shooter reaches an 80 for Flying Wild Hog. So I'm going to say 76. DJ?
Well, from the description that Logan gave, it sounds a lot like Fallout to me. Just more Western.
It is 100% not Fallout, sir.
Yeah, definitely
Okay.
nowhere close to
Okay.
Fallout
Just
at all.
just when you first started explaining it, I was like, this sounds a lot like Fallout, just without the future, just more Midwestern based or Midwestern,
It's a
more
third-person
Western.
narrative game, a linear game, from what I think. Right?
Okay,
I think it's like an RPG.
Okay, uno momento.
I'm looking at myself.
all,
But
all I'm hearing is it's a very good rip off of Fallout.
Oh, yeah,
again, if you want some inspiration, look up Damnation too, because that's literally it looks a lot like that, but it
Oh, yeah.
seems
Okay, and
way more
that I'm
action
familiar
packed.
with. Okay, um, I think I'm gonna give it an 80 on the nose. I'm interested. You piqued my interest. Um, I
Did he tickle
I
your
have
feather?
Fallout. You yeah, you did. I
That's so gross. I hate that saying.
Fall,
Oh,
I have Fallout 4.
I keep wanting to.
There's
I want to interject. It's not Fallout,
It's
buddy.
nowhere close to
I know,
Fallout.
I
Fallout's a
know.
I want to
completely different. I
interject
mean, the
here.
gameplay in this game is like way better and more fluid than any of the Fallout games. And I like Fallout games, but I know their gameplay is not fluid. This is like, it's basically like, hey, let's make like, here's the best way to describe it. It's like Red Dead and God of War kind of had a baby. That's kind of reminds me of where it has like a
Okay.
very
That's a good description.
combo
Yeah.
yeah, because it's got like it's in the West, but it's mythological, and there's like it seems like there's a lot of combo style kind of gameplay going on with some finishers and everything, and it really does remind me a lot of those. Like basically, those two had a baby. That's what it reminds me of.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
I'll definitely stick with an 80 then, and I'm definitely looking. I think I might have bid on this one, and then you outbid me, and it was one of those I didn't go back to check like with Call of the Lamb. I'd like, yeah, nobody's gonna take this on me, and then I check in like 2 weeks later, and it's like, oh, I didn't win that. I think you did the same thing to Pokemon too. I was like, ah, I'll get it for
yeah.
this, and then you're like, I don't think so.
Well, I
But
still got
yeah,
$60. I can trump anybody but Worthy, but I don't really have to worry about Worthy too much. Which sucks because it's like, man, the man got 31 points from Elden Ring. He was sitting pretty. Then he got 15 points, and he got 16 points. Like, he's sitting pretty. If he wants to get back into it, let him know. I mean, he's got 2 drops. He's got 2 games that
He's
won't.
got all the money in the world too.
Yeah,
He can literally buy anything.
he's got 2 games that aren't coming out. He can use both of his drops on that. Then he's got 1 extra drop. I believe we got 3. I have to double check the rules, but I'll shoot him a text and well, you're better at that kind of stuff, DJ. You shoot him a text. I don't
yeah,
know.
I can hit him up and see if he.
All right, moving on to our next game. Our first, we have 3 games that are not currently picked on the Fantasy Critic score list, but I would consider these to be bigger releases, like not really in terms of like grand scale, but like I think more important releases. First off, Lord of the Rings, Gollum. I want to get my score in here so nobody can say that I was influenced by any one of y'all. And I want to mind you, I'm going high with this prediction. I'm shooting over what I think it's going to get. 61.
Yeah.
Have you seen videos? This game looks
Dude,
fucking
no,
terrible.
Can I go lower? 60.
You can do-
I
you can
seriously,
do
this
whatever
game
you
looks so
want.
bad. Dude, it's so dumb. Like, why would they make out of anything in Lord of the Rings, out of any person in Lord of the Rings, they picked to make a specific game about Gollum. They paid the fees, they paid the licensing, and they took Gollum out of all of the people. I'm just
I would rather have a game about Samwise.
Dude, that game's gonna sell horribly. Unless you're like a die-hard fan, you really want to play it that bad. I don't think it's gonna sell very well. And honestly, yeah, so I would say 60. No, you know what? That's rude. It probably won't be that bad. I'm gonna, as much as I know I'm not gonna like it, do I think they're gonna review it that low? I'm gonna say 65. so
I think
we'll do that.
you may be onto something because some of the things I've heard, it has some interesting concepts. And I think maybe reviewers will give it a slight pass because of some of the
Yeah.
things it's attempting to do. Not that it succeeds well in those. But I'm still sitting at 61, and I would not be surprised if this is one of the few games in the 50s on OpenCritic. There are some, There's not a lot. DJ, what do you got, brother?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of gameplay and stuff, and I just like you guys, like Logan is saying, I don't. You have such a huge world, and it's like you could have done a Gandalf game, you could have done a Hobbit game, you could have done Aragorn, you could have done one of the movies, one of the books they haven't covered yet, anything, and you covered Meth Head Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, what?
That's cool because he
I
can't
just,
swing.
well, I mean, when he has a rope tied around his neck.
Jesus, dude. Good God.
Hey, jeez.
Well, he does. He gets swung around a little bit in the movie. Come on.
Yeah, but I went other places with that comment.
Yeah.
That's okay.
What's your score, brother? I'm gonna throw it at a 59. I don't see this.
Damn.
I don't see it being very good.
Well,
I
don't
mean,
think it'll be very good either.
honestly, the last couple of Lord of the Rings games have been letdowns, and I honestly haven't heard anything good about one since like the Return of the King or Two Towers games on GameCube.
Well,
Like,
I
What do you
mean,
mean? Shadow War did very well.
yeah,
What do you mean? Not Shadow War. Shadow Mordor.
yeah, Shadow
one did
War
very
was
well.
kind of not received.
It was okay. Like
yeah.
it tried some really cool things, but it didn't hit. You know?
yeah, that was one I was hyped. Like, if we would have done that, I would have been super hyped on it, and I would have just crashed and burned on it. Like, that was one I was really hyped for. I know Worthy was really hyped for, and then it kind of fell flat. And I don't want to say it was a swing and a miss. It was like it got caught at the warning track for being a home run. Like,
yeah. Shadow
it
of
could have been
Mordor
better.
got an 85. Shadow of War got a 82. So both of them received fairly well.
That's
Okay,
actually not
so-
that bad. But yeah, Shadow War just had the problem where it was like too microtransaction and too
Yeah,
grindy.
it was
That's where
the end game
so
drive.
like I actually really enjoyed it most of the way, and then towards the end it just got so grindy and just not fun. And I was one of those people that pre-ordered it and picked it up day one. Like I was really excited for that game because I thought Shadow Mordor blew me away, and then Shadow War came out and I played hours upon hours of that game, and I grinded and I did the whole end game thing, which was basically defend your castle like 15 to 20 times, and it was just it was gross.
I didn't like that. Last two games here. Let's round it out. Let's finish off with some good ones, I think. Moving on to, I guess I already said moving on. Next game, game that Logan and I are both very excited for.
I kind of hope this does very well. Sorry, keep going.
I kind of hope these both do fairly well. Anyway, a game that Logan and I are very excited about. We're probably going to play it together. Very excited. Multiverses, the new Smash Brothers clone coming out in beta at the end of this month. DJ, if you want to hop on, I'll be there day one. It's free to play. We can hop on. We can hopefully.
Oh wait, you confused me. I thought we were doing Saints Row next. Why is this all messed up?
Well, just because I'm going to random mode. I'm keeping you off guard, brother.
I remember hearing about this one. What? I know it's a clone, more or less.
So
of
this
Super Smash,
is Warner Brothers clone to Smash Brothers with DC characters, Warner Brothers characters, Bugs Bunny fighting Arya Stark. You got Tasmanian Devil taking on Batman. You got Superman smacking around Scooby or Shaggy. Is Scooby in here? I think it's just Shaggy, right?
I think it's just Shaggy.
Yeah, it's just Shaggy.
So far.
And I'm gonna be honest. After playing Nickelodeon All Stars, I honestly just hope this game just copies the control scheme from Smash because it's perfect. It's the perfect control scheme. I hope they just copy it. You have the exact same thing. I won't even care. It's not even a negative to me. It's like, good. Smash is the best. Like, just fucking do that. Put your own spin on it. You make your own moves, make your own characters, you know? I won't get too heavily into it because we'll be talking about it here coming up very shortly now. But yeah, I cannot wait for this game. I hope I'm guessing the beta gets a score. If not, this is just null and void anyway. We get 0 points for it. But I'm gonna temper my hype, my excitement for a little bit because I don't know how well it's going to be reviewed per se. If it does get reviewed, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but I believe Smash is like in the low 90s, and I don't think it even gets close to that. Honestly, it doesn't even touch that. So I'm gonna settle at a high 82 for Multiverses. Logan.
Um,
I think I'm shooting over, honestly, but
I'm gonna say 82.
oh, same as me. I honestly think we're overshooting it, and I'm trying to not like let my own personal bias get into it. It'll probably be in the mid 70s. So DJ, if you want to go fucking 77, you'll probably get the points. I don't care, but I want this game to be incredible. I can't. I'm so excited for this game.
I mean, best of all, it's free to play, so that's gonna be
Yeah, if it
exciting.
sucks, I
you
just
know.
delete it off my system. Whatever.
Yeah,
No money
that's-
wasted.
I'm gonna go a 79 on it just cause I mean it can't be awful. I mean
Well,
it's
it can
obviously it's not
be.
gonna well yeah, it's not gonna be Super Smash Brothers, but it's not gonna be what the hell was the one there one like this, but it was Sony characters that had like Sackboy
Oh,
and
PlayStation All. Hey, you stand the fuck down. It wasn't Smash Brothers, no, but PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale came out in 2012. It was a good fucking video game.
Never played it, but I've always wanted to.
It's actually
I
not
just
bad. It's not bad. It's got some depth to it. It's not fantastic, but
I do remember now that you bring about like who was in it and stuff. I do remember seeing the trailer and being like, "Why is Shaggy fighting Superman? Like this is just it. It's free to play, so it's not even a money grab. It just I don't know it.
oh, hold up.
It
It
is
can-
gonna be money.
It can 100% be a money grab.
Yeah, there's gonna be so many cosmetics of like from comic books
Oh,
to
I'm
movies
sure.
to everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give Shaggy his full god mode.
that's
Yeah,
actually I think his like ultimate. I think you get like his god mode.
Yeah,
or
he like
whatever.
which is
he goes
just
Super Saiyan, which is fucking
like
Yeah.
fantastic.
this game is such a meme already, and it's like not even fully out. I don't know. I'm gonna throw a 79 out there. I don't think it's gonna be close to an 80, but I feel like there's gonna be one stickler that's gonna compare it heavily to Smash Bros. Because Smash Bros is what all fighting games get put up to nowadays.
Well,
Like
all platform fighting games. I don't think
yeah,
anyone's comparing Mortal Kombat to Smash Bros.
could you imagine like a Smash Bros style fatality, just some outlandish shit like
Superman just
Mario?
rips off fucking Shaggy's head. That'd be so cool. It's
Shaggy
like,
just giving a bump like high out of his skull, just flick to Superman and he disintegrates. Like,
or like
well, Scoob.
you insert the fatality and Batman like walks up and the camera just cuts to Scooby going, "Oh, Raggy," and his front head off. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. God, I want that for this game now. I just gave myself chills.
That would jump it up to like an 85. Just
Oh yeah, no, fuck that. Whatever Smash is, more than that. Let me look it up real quick. You keep talking. Smash.
just
Keyboard's not working.
cartoon characters with the gruesome Mortal Kombat fatalities. Just you watch Superman just disintegrate Batman because he's always kind of wanted to, or like Tasmanian Devil just shred someone into a million pieces just because he's a Tasmanian Devil. Like there'd be so many crazy ones or like secret ones like
Okay, so with the Shaggy decapitation, that's what I was looking for. It gets an 83 because that's one above. Oh, sorry, a 93 because that's one above Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to a final game now. Logan, why don't you start us off because we're both also very excited about this one, and I also think we're both maybe planning on playing this one. I can see now where the confusion lied. Saints Row coming out August 29th, correct? I believe something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked about it on the show before. Logan and I have talked about it. Every time I see this game, I get more and more excited about it.
Yeah, this
But,
game makes me mad because I'm like, I want to not want it, but I really
Yeah,
do. Like, it
and
looks good.
and
It looks fun.
And there's still that voice on my shoulder, like, bro, it's not going to be that good. Stop listening. But then I
know.
see it and I'm like, oh, man, everything looks like they're doing things right, but that voice just keeps talking to me. Anyway, what does your voice tell you, Logan?
I don't think it's gonna score exceptionally high. I think I'm gonna like it more than they score it, which is gonna be pretty obvious. I don't, man. I'm gonna have to go low with this one, but I'm really excited and I still want to play it no matter what because I like Saints Row games and I know what kind of games they are. I'm gonna say 78. I think that's a pretty good score because I don't think it's going to be that exceptional. I don't think the story is going to blow the critics away. People are probably going to be like, "Oh, it's very cartoonish and not serious." I don't know. I just feel like it's not going to get a super high score, and I don't
Here's
think any of
here's
the other Saints Row's got crazy scores either. At
here's
least
what
not
I will
four.
here's what I will say. I think the cartoony thing is actually now what people want because the video game industry works in this ever evolving circle of repeat endlessly the things that we want to do. And right now we're in a time where everything is so serious, especially with the AAA games. Now, obviously, you got your Fortnites and you got your competitive shooters, which I personally think have gone way too far into the not serious category. But especially in terms of AAA games, everything's very serious. Your Last of Us is your Halo, which used to be kind of funny sometimes, from what I can see. Not that really funny or anything like that. It's a pretty serious game. I don't know, God of War, obviously, coming out this year. Everything's kind of serious again. We've moved back into that thing. So I think, honestly, the colorful nature and the humor and all that, I think has a possibility to hit fairly well. Now saying that, I'm gonna go lower than your score, but I do think it's received better than the other games, which I believe scored in the low to mid 70s. So I'm gonna go high 70s, but I'm gonna price this right to you on the high end. I'm gonna go 79. Or lied. I'm gonna go 77.
That's fair. Yeah,
I don't think it
I'm
gets to
really excited
79.
for this game. Like, I know it's gonna be fun, and I know what game I'm getting into. But yeah, I really don't think it's gonna score in the 80s. If it does, I would be really happy for them because I want them to. But do I believe the critics are gonna do that? No.
DJ, last one. What do you got for me, man?
79.
Oh, okay, well, fuck it. No,
All right.
Whoops, I put 97. That's not it. 97. That'd be nice. No thought process on that, or just do you have an opinion on this game or no?
I've never been huge on the Saint Row games. I do get where you're coming from though, because like I mean, look at we had all these crazy first person shooters going on, and we had the start of the battle royale with the kind of realistic PUBG, but then like Fortnite crushed it, and Fortnite is the furthest from realistic until you put in John McClane, Rambo, Terminator, and Snoop Dogg into freaking Warzone. Like,
Yeah, you got Kratos out here fucking fighting with John McClane.
well, yeah, and now Fortnite, you've got Naruto, you've got
You got
Darth Vader,
everything.
Yeah,
you've got Kratos. Like, if you pretty much at this point, if you can think it, Fortnite is probably either has it already or is gonna have it, and it's kind of turning into the ultimate first person battle royale.
third
Like,
person.
Third person, yeah.
whatever.
But
And like,
I actually know Dragon Ball Z character Fortnite too soon. So
Yep.
which again, good on Fortnite. I'm glad for
Yeah.
Fortnite, and that's where Fortnite should stay because that's where it thrives and it succeeds. But not everything has to be like that. And even Call of Duty is getting into, we got a Godzilla gun in the newest update that shoots fucking blue little lasers. I'm like, all right.
Don't even get me started.
Warzone
That's
was
why I haven't
so
started on it
good
forever.
because it was so realistic. It really felt like you were the soldier on the ground, just let out to fucking fight for yourself. And now it's like you got balloons that are sending you flying in the air. You got laser guns, and
that's how Call of Duty is. They always start off pretty good, pretty reasonable, and then by the end they
it's
start to go really
fucking psycho.
crazy. I mean, because Modern Warfare 2019, they started off very realistic. Everything was very realistic looking. Nothing looked super crazy. Probably the craziest thing was anime guns, and that was it. But then they added the jigsaw. They added all that, and then it started to get more weird. Then Cold War came out, got more weird, and now we're at Vanguard, where we have Attack on Titan characters in there. We have Godzilla and King Kong. I mean, it's just how it is. It's Call of Duty for
Not
you.
every game needs to be Fortnite, and not every game needs to be, PUBG. Make your own path and live or die on that path. Anyway,
And no games have to be Battlefield 2044.
Yeah, no games want to be Battlefield 2042.
That's
Just
fair.
kidding. No, we're just messing with you, buddy. But all right, that brings us to the end of part 1 of the OpenCritic Battle Predictions thingamajigger that I still haven't named yet. I'll figure that out later. But that was really fun. I really enjoyed it. We'll check back in periodically. I'll let you know on what the game score, how many points people have. As the points sit right now, I have 7 because of my bullseye. DJ has 5 because he's 1 point away, and Logan has 2 because I was nice and I gave him some.
I didn't know I could score still. That's
No,
why.
you're good. Well, that makes a lot more sense because when you said 69, I'm like, all right, look, man, I know you might not be that excited, but you can look at this game and tell
Oh no,
it's going
I
to be
was
real
joking.
good.
There was no way I was
Okay.
thinking it actually would get 60. I just thought I wasn't able to score anymore, so I'm like 69.
Okay. Okay, well,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah.
Well, that brings us to the end. That was fun, guys. I enjoyed that. What y'all think? I actually really enjoyed
I
that.
hated it. I'm just
Okay,
kidding. No,
well,
I did enjoy it.
I don't
I'm
fucking
joking.
care because we're doing it like
Yeah.
4 more
Gives it a
times.
69.
69. Yeah.
I don't fucking care if you hate it or not because we're doing it a bunch of more times throughout the year, so get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to the end of point of the show topics, also known as POTS for the day. POTS. Moving in now to the news stories. Not anything crazy, not a whole lot to talk about, but I did want to let you guys know, maybe talk about some things here and there. First story on Around the Point is, as always, well, I'm trying to make it as always. I want to let you guys know each and every month when NPD brings out their sales, what games sold well, what games didn't sold well. So, for July 2022, this top 10 games go as listed in the United States, obviously. Elden Ring, number 1, holding on to the top spot. Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, holding on to the number 2 spot. Coming in hot, the new gun, Mario Strikers Battle League at number 3. Number 4, going up 1 spot from last month, MLB The Show 2022. Number 5, the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life, Overwatch comes in at number 5, up 52 spots.
57.
Up 52
That's a
spots
big
from the
jump.
month before. Mario Kart
Dang.
8, a decade after its launch, still top 10 best-selling games. Nintendo Switch Sports at number 7, down 4 spots from last month. Kirby and the Forgotten Land holding on strong at number 8, down 2 spots. Number 9, with the announcement of Part 2 and the prequel remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake comes in at number 9, up 150 spots from the previous month. And then rounding out the top 10, the game that will never ever die, Minecraft, coming in at top 10, up 1 spot from last week. Surprising to see Call of Duty, nowhere to be found. I mean, it's 11th, but
Yeah.
Shouting out some other new games for the month. F1 2022. F1 2022 came in at number 12. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes came in at 16. Sonic Origins came in at 17. And The Quarry came in at 19. What do you guys think about these sales? Elden Ring still...
Beautiful to see it up there.
Yeah, I think this
Deserves
is
it.
this will be the first time in, was it 14 years? Something like that, that a Call of Duty game will not be the best-selling game. Call of Duty will still be the best-selling franchise because Call of Duty keeps selling, not just Vanguard. I mean, Modern Warfare still sells, Black Ops still sells. It'll be the best-selling franchise, but I firmly believe that Elden Ring will be the best-selling game of 2022, which again will be the first time since I think 14 or 15 years ago. I have to double check all that. Call of Duty will not be the number 1 selling game. So fucking thank God.
You don't think Modern Warfare 2 or Ragnarok are going to outsell Elden Ring?
I don't know, dude. I'm telling you, Elden Ring is over 20 million.
Elden Ring, dude.
Elden Ring has sold
it's a beast, man.
shit
Like,
ton, and it won't stop. The game. Here's the thing, DJ. It's number 1 selling in June. The game launched in February.
That's true.
Yeah.
And like I said before, like I get a story once a week, once every other week about somebody doing some ludicrous shit. Like I just seen before, guy beat the game in 2.5 hours without cheating, without leveling up, and I forget what else it said, but it's just like what? And then you see people that have put in, the more hours there than they have like in real life, and it's just like,
Well, did you see
oh
the
my
guy
God.
who actually maxed out the time clock?
Yeah, that's
999 hours,
I was
999
like-
minutes. Yeah.
I saw that. I was like, that's some U level shit, or that's some
Me?
worthy playing.
I was like, that's
Hey,
worthy. I don't play games for that long. At least not one title. I play games for that
that
long, probably,
that's
but
true.
not
We're
one title.
no, no, Worthy's got 2,000 hours on Destiny 1 or 2. Like,
Oh yeah, it's like
it's
1800
never.
last time we looked. Something
And
stupid.
when he saw Destiny 3, he was all giddy like a schoolgirl, and it's like that. Like,
Wait,
Destiny's not anything special.
hold up. What do you mean he saw
But
Destiny 3? There's nothing. There's nothing Destiny 3 out there.
oh, they announced that they are making their beginning production on or at least pre-production on Destiny 3.
I want to like Destiny so much, but it's just
It
because I mean it's made by my favorite developer, Bungie, the world
Um,
Halo.
I'm gonna
So
completely and utterly disagree with you because on June 10th, Bungie announced instead of building Destiny 3, Bungie is making Destiny 2 the all-encompassing MMO it's wanted for years and continuing on with its other projects, especially the AAA title that we've heard so much about.
Oh, I thought I just read a couple weeks ago that they were gonna.
No, they say exactly. Bungie isn't interested in starting over and making Destiny 3, but neither is it content with the current trajectory of Destiny 2. So instead of continually expanding, Bungie is ripping out and replacing entire chunks of the game, both to streamline Destiny 2's world and to make room for new and returning content. Because we all know they're working on a new IP. What that IP is and what that
Yeah,
entails, who the hell knows? I'm very excited to find out. I kind of hope it's not an MMO. I kind of hope it's like a single player return to form. Well, not really
that would be
return,
so cool.
not really return to
well,
form, but like return
I,
to
I'm
Halo style
kind
kind of gameplay.
I'm kind of sick of the remasters already too. Although I would have loved to see a 4K version of Grand Theft Auto 4. I am kind of glad that because they really crapped out that remaster trilogy, and it was I saw the gameplay of it, and I was like, yeah, I'm not even as much as my wife loves San Andreas and Vice City. I was like, I'm not wasting the money on these three because they look it looks like a worse version than if I were to go buy a PS2 and play it on PS2. So like I'm kind of glad in that sense, but yeah, I'm over remakes or yeah, remakes I guess or remasters.
Well, I love remakes. I'm over remasters. I want
Yeah.
remakes. Like that's a topic that I have that we're gonna talk about maybe next week. I don't know, but like what remakes, what games you want to see remade. I've added it in the last 2 weeks, but keep moving on from it because we got other stuff that we want to talk about. Speaking of other stuff, let's keep it moving, keep it hot, keep it going. Next story right up Logan's alley. The Halo Infinite co-op campaign beta is now live as of July 15th. 2022 from the Halo Twitter itself. It says the Halo Infinite campaign network co-op flight, that's a long ass name, is live. Also featuring mission replay. Be sure to squad up with your friends in this early access build and take on the Banished together. We'll see you on Zeta Halo. So
How is it
after,
really this hard to make co-op?
I mean, I guess in an open world game, I don't know. I'm
I
not gonna
beat the
lie.
game. It's not that hard. They're
I've
just
I've been excited, and you and I are probably still gonna sit down and play this together.
oh
But
yeah, no, I'm down
man,
to
the
play it again.
further away we get from the launch of Halo and all the hype that was surrounding it for what felt like approximately 3 milliseconds, um, yeah, I can confidently say, now this is not from first-hand experience. Obviously, those out there don't rip me apart. This is just what other people tell me, what I've listened to, and all these other things, especially Logan, who says, the single player is good. It's not great. Um, I think I think Microsoft has got to sit back and be like, "Yo, 343, you're not it, guys. We got to find someone to do
Yeah,
this because
honestly,
343
100% agree.
doesn't seem like they can make a great game. I think they can make above average games, quality games, good games. I don't think they have a minute after 3 tries now. I don't think they can make a good Halo game, a great Halo game,
Well,
which is
the
what I
thing
think
is
Halo
too,
needs.
I don't know who made the decision to how they released this game, but they did just such a horrible job. I think it's it's just so annoying because like Halo 5 was absolute garbage. And that's why I'm saying this campaign is better, but that's not hard because Halo 5's campaign was so bad. And for them to do the whole free to play model for multiplayer was just completely dumb, and honestly was just their excuse of basically not releasing everything at once, which again, people were able to literally go to custom games and make half the stuff that they made they've been waiting for months to play. And yet we still don't have co-op in the campaign, which they literally promised after Halo 5, and that whole mess up that they would never do this again, and that you would be able to play couch co-op and that you would also be able to play online co-op. Well, instead of doing that, they just took that all away and then just came out with the game where it's just single player. And it's like, oh, like how hard is it to make a co-op? It's not that hard. You literally just put another player there. Bam. They've done it from Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, Halo Reach, Halo 4, Halo 5. I mean, is it really that hard? Like, I just, I've lost all like hope with 343. And they just don't seem to know what Halo is anymore. And like, yes, I think this campaign is good, but yeah, I do think either Microsoft needs to find a new team or they need to just stop making Halo. And again, I'm totally happy if Halo dies here. Just dies and we move on to something else. Because honestly, you're just putting it further into a grave. And I don't know where people even think Halo Infinite is good enough to even be fine. I think it literally just needs to die here. This needs to just be the end. But no, this is a continuing story, and it probably will not die for a while.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's cross ourselves in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Rip to Halo Infinite. DJ, do you got anything?
Nope, just same. Like you said, I've been hearing them complain about lack of multiplayer and stuff, and like Logan saying, like, that's literally been part of Halo since day one. And like,
Well,
yeah, I
multiplayer
know,
is there. It's just everything else just
or
seems
not the
weird.
multiplayer, the co-op.
Yeah.
Like I get that. Was it after ODST? Like it wasn't Bungie anymore, but it's like you still had everything. All you had to do was come up with new storylines, add maybe a few new mechanics, but like all the base hardware should be there. So it's like, why did you take any of that out? Like it just, I don't know. It feels like handing handing a, I don't know, a good analogy. It seems like they got the keys to the kingdom, and then they like decided we're just going to build a whole new kingdom around this, and then forgot all the stuff that made the first one awesome. Like it
Well,
just,
I mean, it's plain to see that, at least for me, looking in from the outside, just looking at different numbers here and there, Halo's not what it was. It's not what it used to be. It's not what it is. I mean, the fact that it came out with all sorts of hype, free to play multiplayer coming right in, no barrier to entry for anybody, and within what 3-4 weeks on the high end, I didn't hear a single thing, and I'm pretty tapped in. I mean, I pull up websites every single day and look for stories for us to talk about, so I'm pretty tapped into the video game world. And short of whenever Microsoft or whenever 343 would either come out with an update on the co-op campaign or an update on the season, that's the only time I would ever hear anything about Halo. So to
well,
me, that
sorry.
spells. Sorry, no, you're good. I was saying to me that that doesn't spell anything good.
And the thing is, like, so after Halo Reach, which Halo Reach was the last Bungie game, which was great and all, Halo 4 wasn't bad. I thought it was still good. I still enjoyed Halo 4, and that was the first 343 Halo game. And again, I thought they would only get better from that. They would learn from their mistakes from Halo 4, which again, I didn't think was a bad Halo. I enjoyed it. And then they just really messed up in Halo 5. And you're like, okay, you would think after getting two slaps in the hand, and a lot of people being like, hey, stop that. Stop. Just stop. Don't, just do this. We have a direction. You're going the other way. Well, nope. They just keep going the other way. And then they're not stopping. And they're making a bunch of excuses. I feel like every Halo they come out with has been less and less. They come out with Halo 4, which was a full package in my opinion. I thought it was really good. It was good, not really good. It was good. I enjoyed it. I beat it multiple times. Halo 5 came out, way less of a package. Again, they didn't have Forge. They took out couch co-op, which is a big part of Halo ever since its beginnings. And then like the multiplayer was okay, and the new Warzone mode or whatever it was called, I think it was Warzone, which is weird because they have Warzone now, Call of Duty. But that was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And I'm like, okay, they have to learn from their mistakes, right? Halo Infinite comes out, nope. They even have even less. They don't even have co-op online co-op, like not at all. It's like, and then they don't have Forge, and they don't have half their modes, and it's so monetized to the point it's just like they're begging for money. Anyways, they can't simply make basic modes like capture the flag and all that. It's like it's just, uh, it's so stupid.
Before we
I
move
feel like
on,
most AAA,
sorry, my bad.
sorry, I
No,
just
you're
feel like
good.
most AAA shooter games nowadays keep doing this crap, and it's so annoying.
It is
Like
very
Battlefield
annoying.
2042. Like, I really hope Call of Duty isn't gonna follow this trend too, because I'm so sick and tired of all these AAA shooters coming out with half-assed, less content games, and then with this new markup in price with $70. Like you're making us pay more for less. It's just stupid. I don't know. That's a whole rant on its own. I just hope it stops.
No, you could rant away. Before we move on, I just want to throw out not really a question or anything. I don't need a response. I just a bit of information. Can you imagine what this Halo would have been if it didn't get delayed by a whole year? They had a whole extra year to work on this game, and this is what it came out with. Which, again, as you stated, not a terrible game. That's pretty above average game, if not even a good game or a good campaign. Again, outside in here. But I can only imagine, and I'm terrified to think of what this game looked like in 2020.
Well, we kind of seen that with that E3 gameplay.
Well, yeah,
It's
but I'm talking about like
ugly.
the whole of it.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah.
Moving on to the next story. PlayStation joining Xbox and Nintendo has announced a loyalty program for PlayStation Plus subscribers. I believe it's only for PlayStation Plus subscribers. Anyway, it says a monthly check-in campaign simply requires you to play any game to receive a reward, while other campaigns require you to win tournaments, earn specific trophies, or even be the first player to platinum a blockbuster title in your local time zone. To be clear, it sounds like PlayStation All-Stars will be available worldwide and not just the United States. They go on to say PlayStation Plus, I messed all that up. They go on to say all PlayStation Stars members will have opportunities to earn loyalty points. Points can be redeemed in a catalog that may include PlayStation Network, wallet funds, and select PS Store products. As an additional benefit, PlayStation Plus members enrolled in PlayStation All-Stars automatically earn points for purchases on PlayStation Store items. Quick correction to my own statement. You do not have to be a PlayStation Plus member. You can do this for anybody. You just get additional benefits. And finally, the thing that I thought was super funny. Again, this all sounds very similar to what Nintendo and Microsoft does with their loyalty programs. However, the big difference is they are. Wait, I read it. Crap, I lost it. One additional wrinkle is that there will be digital collectibles up for grabs that are digital representation of things that PlayStation fans can enjoy, including figurines or beloved and iconic characters from games and other forms of entertainment, as well as cherished devices that tap into Sony's history of innovation. And the funniest part of this, the internet freaked out for 10 minutes, and then Sony was like, hey, y'all. And they came out with their own individual statement that says, this is definitely not NFTs. You cannot trade them or sell them. It is not leveraging any blockchain technology or anything to do with NFTs. I would like to throw in so far. Again,
So far.
from the Sony point, I don't think they'll do
Oh.
that. I think this is just a rewards program. It's not, I mean, I don't really have an opinion, good or bad. This is just something it's cool that it's here. Sweet. I don't know if you guys have anything that you want to say about this. Like, I think it's cool. I'm gonna look into it. Obviously, I play most of my games on PlayStation, other than obviously Xbox exclusives. I play this on my PC, not on Xbox.
I was gonna say all two of them.
Well, yes. Well, they're coming eventually. I still have hope. They're gonna be here. All right. You know, we're gonna get Redfall. We're gonna get Skyfall. Skyfall. That's a James Bond movie. The fucking
Redfall and Starfield.
Starfield. There we go. I don't even know the name of
Yeah.
it. And then I'm sure there's something else out there. No, I'm just messing with you guys. Xbox has a bunch of games. We're just still waiting for them.
And yes, Starfield is like Fallout.
Yes, there you go, DJ.
There
Starfield is
you
very much
go.
like Starfield.
There you go.
Anyway, what do you guys think about PlayStation Stars? Not much to talk about here, but I still think it's kind of cool that it exists. You know, just something
Yeah,
else.
I like Nintendo's thing and how they do theirs. If it's like that, that's cool because the Nintendo thing saves me a lot of money. Like I'll buy a game or I'll get a game and you can like redeem it for points, and I use it all
Yeah.
the time to buy games. It's an easy discount. So
What do you think about the idea of digital collectibles?
I'm not gonna collect any of that stupid crap. It's just gonna be stupid stickers.
Oh yeah, it's gonna
But
be.
I hope it doesn't become NFTs because you know my standpoint on NFTs. I hate that crap.
I hope to God, and the moment that it does become NFTs, Sony fanboy over here, Sony Pony, will be right with Logan and picketing on the fence line, saying we don't want this shit. Get out of our fucking video games.
Dumb. I just hate it.
Yeah, it is very dumb.
I
But
feel like they've already missed the boat on that, and kind of NFTs, as far as I can tell.
I don't think
unless
they
you're
missed
really,
the
really
boat.
into it, is
I think they pushed the boat away and said "fuck off."
yeah.
Yeah, hope so. So far.
So far, yes, that's what I said. So far.
That's what's scary.
Yeah.
Is the fact that they had to say so far.
No, I said so far. They didn't say that at all.
Oh, okay.
No, they were
good.
they were
Okay.
adamant that it was like 10 minutes after they posted the PlayStation All-Stars or the PlayStation Stars, the internet freaked out at the digital collectibles quote. And no, PlayStation immediately came out and said, "No, this is not what this is. You can't trade them. You can't sell them. They're just something for you to collect to represent your achievements in the games." No, so far is what I added to it being
That's fair.
cynical.
Can I have a quick little thing I think is super weird.
Sure, go ahead.
You know how like if you get these special editions of the God of War game, they still give you like the themes and everything for PlayStation.
For
That's
PS4,
something PlayStation 5 needs to start fixing because like that's kind of messed up. Like only PS4 can get the themes because PlayStation 5 for some reason decided to stay away from themes and do the game thing, which I guess like is cool and all, but like kind of wish they brought themes back.
yeah, see, I agree but disagree at the same time. Like I miss themes in a way, but I also love the way that the UI looks on the PS5 and how each game, when you scroll over to it, can have music with it. Not all games do, but has its own music playing over it, has its own information. So you can't really do a theme the way that the PS5 UI is set
I see how
up.
they're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just
But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh man. But I think the PS5 UI is gorgeous, so don't change it, please. I miss themes, yes, but I miss the XMB still, but I got over that one. DJ, anything else you got to say?
Nah, not really. I just hope that they don't go to full blown NFT.
They're not going to. I have
feel-
faith. Have faith, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think they will either. It just, like I said, maybe not late to the game, but it just, honestly, it seems kind of like it's I don't want to say a fad that's almost over, but it just, I don't know. I have faith too that they will stick to say not going full NFT, and you know, if people don't show interest, they'll just stop doing it. But if people do show interest, which I'm sure there'll be a few people that, you know, it gives them, maybe they're not fully into trophy hunting, but you know, this will give them another thing to look forward to instead of trophy hunting.
If you're not in the
Who
trophy,
knows?
I mean, get the fuck off my console. All right. God damn it, that was bad time. I just ate a piece of cake.
good one.
Thanks. All right, going into the next story, seemingly out of absolutely nowhere. Bayonetta 3 got a release date announced with a YouTube video. And this is what Platinum Games had to say. Literally nothing. They didn't say anything in the tweet. They said, mark your calendar. And then they went on and said, I guess somebody complained and said, relax, the witch is back and sexier than ever. We've added the revolutionary naive angel mode to Bayonetta 3 so more people can fully enjoy it. By turning it on, you can play right in the living room without having to worry about what's on screen. We think. What the fuck's any of that supposed to mean?
That's funny.
That's what I
what?
said before when I was covering Xenoblade, and I was covering this on
Yeah,
accident.
they basically took away the nudity when you turn on that mode.
Oh, lame.
So I guess there's like somewhat nudity. So like if like they basically cover up more.
Well, it's a part of the game. You activate the special powers, and her hair is her dress, and then her dress comes off, and that's a fucking part of the game, all right? Anyway, this came out of absolutely nowhere. I was convinced this game wasn't ever going to come out, especially not in 2022. But apparently, it's coming out October 28th. Worthy's going to get some points, I guess. Someone's going to get some points. Nope, no one counterpicked it. Never mind. So yeah, Worthy's going to get some points. Was that a burp?
What?
I thought I heard some burp. I thought I heard a noise.
No,
I didn't burp, no.
I said not yet because you
Oh.
said nobody's counterpicked it.
Oh. So, what do you guys think? You guys excited for Bayonetta? Did you guys ever play the original? Because I played the first one and I never played the second one.
I've never played a single one.
My experience with Bayonetta is Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, that's pretty much mine.
You want to know what's crazy? These are some of the best character action games ever made. People don't realize Bayonetta 2 got like a 10 out of 10 from like multiple different sites.
Yeah, I need to play it.
Yeah,
I've heard they're really good.
Bayonetta 2 has a 91 on Metacritic or OpenCritic.
Jeez.
Yeah. These games are ridiculously good, and the first Bayonetta has an 85. So, Worthy's getting some points. You could probably win this if he added some games. I'm just saying. All right, going on to something that at least one of us is much more excited about than Bayonetta. Skate 4 got some updates this week, a bunch of big updates, and we have some, well, at least one of us has some thoughts about it. So, for those of you that don't know, for those of you that are living on a rock on there that don't pay attention to skateboarding games like you should, Skate 4 got some new gameplay announcements and a big new announcement stating that it will be, drumroll please, free to play.
Wee.
Yeah, so
First off, it's being called just Skate.
Yes, I
not
know it
Skate
is,
4.
but it is fucking Skate 4, and until it's not Skate 4, I'm going to call it Skate 4. Because that's how I can keep it straight in my mind. So what do we think about this, guys? You know, they, apparently they said they made 4 rules when they were making this game free to play, when they made a decision to make this game free to play, and I guess EA is behind this. It says, no pay to win, no map areas locked behind paywalls, no paid loot boxes, and no paid gameplay advantages. Now keep that in mind. Everyone's very excited about Skate. This game is still being made by EA, but if they stick true to their rules here, the law of Skate, as I'm going to now call it, what do we think about this? Are we excited now that we know pretty much that there's no Tony Hawk ever coming out ever again, in my opinion? So, because Activision just has to have everybody work on Call of Duty. So,
Well, yeah, it's because supposedly it didn't sell well enough, but quote unquote.
dude,
It
I'm still so mad at Volition, at them taking away, not Volition, Toys for Bob. They made Spyro, fantastic. Crash, fantastic. Then they came out with Crash 4, fantastic. Then what happens next after making 3 straight bangers? Oh, we're going to have you work on Call of Duty. Fuck off.
That's how it is.
Okay, sorry, we're getting away. DJ, you want to talk about Skate. You wanted to talk about Skate. Here's your platform. Talk about Skate, sir.
I have been legitimately, I kind of fell off in the last, I think during the pandemic, but literally once a quarter, I would tweet at EA. I would still hashtag EA big because I think that's who was actually or initially making it, and like a bunch of others like, hey, when are we getting Skate 4? Hey, when are we getting Skate 4? Like literally once every 3 months. Like that's all. I would hop on Twitter. I do it like once a week, once every few days, just to kind of see what's going on. See the dumpster fire that is America right now. But I would get on to just tweet at EA like, hey, are we ever going to get Skate 4? Or are we ever going to get another NFL Street? Because everyone's always NBA Street's the best game ever. No, NFL Street is one of the best sport, like off-brand sports games ever for EA. Like nothing compares. I wish we could get an NFL Street 4 so bad. But I legit have been begging for this forever, and like I it's hard to explain to people because when I tell them like Skate 4 is in my top like 15 to maybe even top 10 that Skate 3 is, they're like, what? Like you like a like because I'm 6'5", 370, like I don't belong on a skateboard, but like this is my chance to skateboard. And don't get me wrong, the Tony Hawk games were fun until probably about Pro Skater 3 or 4. Um and that's being generous, but like this, you got awesome tricks you can do. And I mean, I don't know, obviously I don't know how you guys were in high school, but for us, we would all go to one buddy's house and we would do Hall of Meat, which is just do a wicked trick and then end by just smashing your body into stuff and seeing how much of your body you can break. The most fun you can have. So I am beyond hyped. I was a little like taken back when it was free to play because you know you got how many games like Warzone free to play started out phenomenally, really fell off. I hope it gets back to form with this Warzone 2. Um, what else? Fortnite free to play was massive, kind of fell
Hey,
off, has come back again.
Rocket League's the shining
Rock,
star.
Rock, Rocket League is
Yeah.
the king of the free play, has and the way it seems always will be a top contender.
Then now we got
Like
Yeah, the only
Fall Guys went
Fall
free to play.
Guys.
yeah, Fall Guys actually I've been playing that a little bit. It's actually kind of fun.
Um,
But I to touch about Street, I feel like the
Did you
Street
say
NFL
street?
game. Yeah,
Skate.
he was talking about the
NBA
what
and
is it
NFL
called?
Street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, NFL Street. That's probably never going to come back. I feel like that was an early
No.
2000 thing, and then it just died. Which I feel like that in that time period, those were right. But now I just don't feel like they're ever going to come back.
Well,
Let's be honest here. They
they
had
killed that
style. They were
whole
cool.
yeah, yeah. It now
But
now honestly, that's one I think if they just out of the blue dropped NFL Street 4 or even went the skate route and just called it NFL Street again, like I think it would surprise them, especially if they did a decent job on it. It would blow some of those execs away as for like how well it sells just because we were all little kids when it came out and now we're adults and we'll be like, hey, I'll drop, I'll not that I want to drop 60 on it, but I'll drop $40 on it. Like, and this being free to play, it just when I first heard that, I kind of like winced, like, oh, that means they're not gonna give a shit. But I think, and I know I'm not the only person that's been asking for this, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't have made it. But uh I think they're gonna, stick a decent crew on it. I'm hoping it doesn't get Star Wars Battlefront treatment where it it got half-assed and then they were slowly picking it up, and when they got it to a working game, they just went, we're gonna work on something else, and then
yeah,
kind of just kill.
Battlefront 2 is such a crime what they did to that game because
Yeah,
that
and
game where it ended could have been even better. Like they had so many plans, but EA, well, DICE specifically struck them
yeah,
down and said, "Hey, you have to make the next Battlefield game," which we've all seen. I personally bought, and yeah, I know how it is. But Skate 4, my biggest problem or scariness is like it's free to play, and I feel like most free to play games they act like they get a free pass, such as Halo Infinite and all that, where they think that they can give you far less content and get away with it and drip feed it to you throughout the months and then act like they are constantly updating the game and you're going to get all this free content, quote unquote. And I feel like they're going to do that. I really do.
All right,
I feel like
and
they're gonna give you
I'm
the
gonna
most
interject
basic
real
crap.
quick because Logan's touching on a question I was gonna ask at the end of the
Yeah.
conversation, but he's touching on it. So, with the idea here, I was reading into it a little bit with you guys talking. The idea here is for them to do what Madden should have done 5 years ago, is they're making a game, and it's just going to be this game. There's not going to be a Skate 5. There's not going to be a Skate, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's not going to be any of that. There's just going to be Skate. And they're going to adapt and evolve this game whatever form that takes, I don't know. We'll talk about in 10 years, or not 10 years, I guess. In 5 years, if we're going to get a new baseline graphics engine or something come out. They can do all kinds of stuff with technology now. Who the hell knows? But that actually kind of interests me, not because I'm going to play this game, but it interests me because, like, okay, EA's willing to do something like that. Granted, it's with a much smaller, excuse me, my apologies, with a much smaller title that's not going to be Madden. Like, they're not going to get to resell Madden every single year, which is why they don't do what they should do with Madden. And they're never going to do that. But, so it shows they're willing to do that. You know, maybe this leads to a little bit more wiggle room. We've seen throughout the years, EA has kind of slowly become not the worst company. I mean, they're still like, you know, second or third from the bottom, but Ubisoft is, you know, holding on to that crown down there. But
Yeah.
we've seen EA, you know, they are allowing teams now to use different engines. They're getting off the Frostbite engine. You know, well, now Star Wars is taken away from them, but they had Star Wars. They came out with a linear narrative single player game with no microtransactions and no nothing. So like, you know, don't forget that they still produce, you know, It Takes Two, all the Jared, no, not Jared, I forgot the guy's name, but the games that he makes, they still produce quite a bit of stuff, honestly, that I think they kind of don't get enough credit for sometimes. Granted, I'm not excusing any of the money hungry bullshit that they do, but I think we're seeing slowly but surely they're willing to kind of work with things. Now, don't get me wrong, they're still going to want to make money off this and they're still going to monetize the shit out of this. But I wanted to know real quick, you know, what do you guys think about the evolution of Skate and evolving over time, and then also kind of the slow, methodical kickback of EA to maybe something that's not so reprehensible over the past couple of years and moving forward.
I I again I still would be very wary on this. Like, yes, it sounds like such a good idea, but I feel like I've heard this before from other people. And it's the same story where they're like, "Oh, this is going to be one of those games we're going to keep going for years and everything." And I know it's free to play, but like all it takes is like they're going to be like, "Oh, we're not making enough money. All right, dropping it." That's it. Like they could do it. I mean, heck, I mean, they've already kind of jumped ship on plenty of other things before. So I wouldn't be surprised that like within like a year, they're like, well, ain't making the money we want. Jumping ship. It's done. So like, I don't know. I still wouldn't put the faith in them because the fact that it's free to play and everything means that they could put as least amount of content as they want at launch, then drip feed it to you throughout the year, and then if they find that it's not making enough attraction or not making enough money, quote unquote, they'll just be like, "Yep, we're jumping ship. We're moving all of our devs to Battlefield." I'm just kidding. They'll probably move them to something else, but still, like it's like I don't know. I
I see
again, free
this.
to play is sketch.
I see this as a great opportunity for them to maybe not as far as some of their other like character creators in some of the other sports games, but this gives a good place for them to test certain things. Like the character creator on this could be super in depth. Like on Skate 3, you could import pictures and stuff or spend the time making like different pictures for tattoos, for like go in depth on your face, like um all that kind of swag, shirts, hats, rings, necklaces, shoes, socks, shorts, different types of boards. There's so many endless possibilities with that stuff, and it surprises me that they're not going to put any of that behind a paywall just because um there's so many there's still such a decent amount of brands and people in skateboarding, not that I keep up with it like crazy, but there's enough different stuff that it's like I I feel like I'm saying it could be a good starting ground for them to like show that hey, they're capable of doing this, and like you put this in-depth character creator, if you give, you know, a baseline map, um uh kind of like the current map on Skate 3 has, where you've got photo shoot or photo op opportunities here. You've got, can you nail this trick here? The Hall of Meat stuff I was talking about. Like, just give those basics to start, and like that'll keep people happy for a while, and then you take the approach like you're saying, Logan, which does also kind of looms that, say we get all the stuff I'm saying off the bat, and then it can't just be, okay, here's a few more shirts, shorts, boards, shoes. Here's another area we came up with. You don't have to pay for it, just here it is. Here's some more. Here's an expanded version of this. Here's an expanded, like, as long as we don't get like, we're gonna get this game. I don't think they said the end of this year. Was it next year they're putting that out?
They have not said anything about a release date. This
Okay.
game is, I think, farther than next year too.
Yeah,
It-
it's
it's
probably
still
gonna
in-
be.
Yeah, it's still. I'm thinking 2024
Yeah.
at the earliest.
Yeah, so, maybe by then they'll be able to give us basically a full game and then build off of there. But let's say 2024, we get all the stuff I'm saying. Now, maybe if it's early 20, well, it'll probably be end of 2024. So, early 2025, we get um a new area of the map. You get maybe new pros or people to interact with. Then maybe in the middle of the year you get some new boards, new and updated, like, go back in and do more stuff with your character. Um, and if they do bigger size drops, and not like with not like the loot boxes that Call of Duty did, where it's, hey, here's a skin, a charm, a camo, a character skin, like, and here's, because obviously they're not doing, here's 20, here's 40, here's to make you spend all this money. If they're doing it for free, I just hope it's more than, you know pick a blue shirt, a gray shirt, a black shirt, or a red shirt, pick orange shorts, tan shorts, blue shorts, jeans, pick, white socks, black socks, pick white shoes, black shoes. Here's a skateboard, you don't get to put anything fancy on it. Like, if they do bare minimum, it's gonna fail, and they're gonna be like, well, see, we told you, that's why it's free to play. When I think this is a great opportunity to be like, you know, we can go above and beyond, but I mean, then people are gonna expect more out of Madden and this and that. Like Mike is saying, this should have been done with Madden years ago, because they've basically been doing this with Madden, just making you buy a new copy every year.
So, were you waiting for me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little more lenient on EA. Modern times than it used to be. Now with the sports games, it's still, Madden's Madden, and Madden's never gonna change until we stop buying Madden. I'm gonna keep preaching that to the heavens, and it's never gonna change because
Well, I've been doing my part.
Jimmy and Susie down the road tell the mommy to buy the Madden, and the mommy buys a Madden. And it's not Jimmy and Susie's fault. It's not even mommy's fault. It's just the way the world works, My mom didn't know what she was fucking buying me when I was young. I just asked for things and got those things. Not always, I guess. That made me sound super... that made me sound super, super bad. But you guys know what I'm saying. Like, Madden's never going to change unless EA feels the financial impact, and EA's never gonna feel the financial impact because Madden's the only football game.
Yeah, because I mean, they straight up have all the rights.
Yeah,
so
there's
they can do
no one
whatever
else
they
that
want.
can do it. So, speaking of
Which is-
Madden, let's go on from Skate 4 here. Let's keep it moving, keep it hot. How you going? Moving on. In a big old blog post, EA threw down some new information about Madden 23 getting some serious upgrades to its franchise mode. Let me run through the list real quick. Free agency updated, active negotiations upgraded, motivations upgraded, players will be player tag. There's a whole long list here. Big old blog post that I was reading through. The only thing I have to ask Logan and DJ, and we'll talk to Worthy, the big Madden guy outside of this. Do you believe any of this?
No.
I'm fighting off a sneeze because I'm allergic to bullshit, and that's what this is. 100%.
Dude, didn't they say like every year that they're updating franchise mode?
To be fair, no,
Like,
they haven't.
every
They
year?
said last year they were gonna update it, and they did kind
Did
of.
they?
I mean, they added
Yeah.
some things. I guess by definition, it's an update.
But how
Is it a
big
good
of an
update? No, it's like Battlefield. It's not a good update, but it's technically an
Yeah,
update.
that's true.
They
Just
straight up,
ripping
it's
on
been
Battlefield today.
every year for I don't even know how long it's. Hey, what could we improve? Well, you can really improve the franchise mode because it's garbage right now.
Oh, okay,
we'll
we
do
hear
that.
you. More Ultimate Team, got it.
Yeah,
That's not
and
that's not all what I said.
Yeah, it
It's like the
just
worst relationship
and
ever.
it's been that way for so many years. Like I bought whatever 16 I think was Odell, and then I didn't buy it for a couple years, and then I got the one with Antonio Bryant.
Brown?
Brown, sorry, yeah. Antonio Brown. I got it for like $3, and I was like, screw it. Like, why not? And then it was like literally, it was like I hadn't bought a game in 3 years and nothing changed. Like the soundtrack changed and the graphics got slightly better, but it was still, hey, I'm gonna throw, a lofted, drop it right in the basket throw, and then a white linebacker jumps 50 feet in the air and picks it off with one hand. Like,
Yeah.
okay, or
Well,
I
I
do a
mean,
juke move.
there's that video going around of showing the Super Bowl celebration. The biggest
Yeah, the
achievement
same
in the
one.
game, the biggest achievement in the game in the entire level of the sport. Same thing for what, like 7 years in a row before they finally
Well,
changed
that's
it in
not it.
21.
That's
Something like
not
that.
it. Have you watched the videos on the training field? And if you zoom in, you can literally see the old Madden game numbers on this, like the stuff in the background.
Now,
They
look,
literally are so lazy that they can't even change the numbers.
yeah, like I
on some of this
understand
stuff.
that developers reuse assets. We were talking about that with the God of War controversy and all that, and the fact that that's perfectly fine. I don't care. I'd rather them reuse assets and then build on top of that, like Elden Ring does, like From Software.
Mhm.
I mean, they're still using the same animations from the original Dark Souls, which I'm 100% okay with. You put it in a new engine, and then you build on top of that. You build another animation and another animation. There's a big controversy about God of War's boat animation. Like, does anyone really fucking care how
Dude,
the animation is when he
people
gets
think
out of the
way too
boats?
much about that crap, man. Like,
But anyway, it's excusable because I know they're building on top of it. They're not wasting time redoing every single little aspect, game in, game out. They're building on top of it and making anything better. Sorry, making everything better. I know for a fucking fact that what is it? EA Motive? Who the fuck makes Madden now? I don't remember who makes Madden, but it doesn't matter. They are not building on top of things and making them better. They're painting over things is kind of what they're doing, but they're not building on top of things and adding things each and every year, which would be an excuse for reusing certain things here and there. It'd be much more excusable if like, oh yeah, so we've had the same Super Bowl celebration, but like, franchise mode is night and day different than what it was 3 or so years ago, or whatever.
well, they took out the refs too.
Yeah, because we can't have
Because
refs
quote
in
unquote,
NFL.
they couldn't afford the mocap for a referee.
It's like you had it. You
They
just
literally
reuse
made-
it.
no,
You
they
reuse the
literally
same
make
field.
Millions and millions of dollars on these games, and yet they can't simply get a referee to come in and do a mocap session. It's
It drives me
It's
up a
like,
wall, dude.
it
so
seems
bad.
like they literally bring in the next game, go over with a broken fine tooth comb because, like you said, there's still numbers from the year before on the next one. So it's like they're obviously not catching everything, or just don't give a shit because people are still buying it, like you said. So it's like they're literally okay. Change all that 22s to 23s. Update the roster and change a small handful of overalls, which change I think especially during the season on a week to week basis almost. It's like you're literally doing, and the only other thing they're updating is people that are in the or former players that are in the Ultimate Team, and some of the pictures they use for that, because whether they get different licensing to use that player or whatever the case is, it's like they're doing next, and then they have somebody else pick a soundtrack for it. Like it's it's the like equivalent of I'm just using my older brother's project from last year because it got a B, so I'm gonna erase his name, put my name on it, and turn it back in, and hopefully I get a B. Like
It's the
it's
equivalent of a cover-up tattoo where you can still see the tattoo underneath that it covered up.
yes, there, that's even better.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm fucking sick and tired of talking about Madden. I really don't want to talk about Madden anymore. I'm sure these changes will actually be good because I read through the list and I'm sure they're there, and I'm not as skeptical as you guys. They're there, and it's probably gonna be different per se, but like, do I think it changes anything? No. Do I think it actually will make any difference? Yes, no, maybe so. But I don't care. I don't give two flying fucks about Madden anymore. Coming from a guy that every single Saturday and Sunday sits down and watches football, I should care about Madden. I should love Madden. I haven't bought, like you said, I haven't bought a Madden since I think the Odell one was 15. I think the 16 one was, I don't know, it's on my shelf. But I also, the last one I bought was Madden 16. So going on, that would have been 2015. So going on 8 years now, I haven't bought a single Madden game. And in fact, even watching more football now than I was back then because I have weekends off most of the time. So I should love Madden. And the fact that I don't makes me a smart person, in my opinion.
Same.
All right, going on to the next story. The last actual news story, video game wise. This one is right up Logan and I's alley. Supermassive has officially been bought by Nordisk Games. As reported last year, they entered into a partnership with Nordisk Games owning 30.7% of Supermassive. It is now official, and Nordisk Games has purchased Supermassive Games. So another acquisition. I gotta ask a question. Is there anybody left who hasn't been bought? Can we figure out if there's any independent studios left that haven't been
Ubisoft.
purchased? No, Ubisoft's not an independent developer. That's
I'm joking.
I was like, that's a publisher.
I know, I'm saying.
And they'll probably be bought soon. Speaking of that,
you
real
really
quick.
think anybody wants them?
I mean, somebody wants them.
Fucking EA will end up buying them.
Assassin's Creed still makes a shit ton of money. Y'all forget about that.
Yeah, maybe they could just reskin Assassin's Creeds every year, leave the same assets in.
All right, well, what do you think about Supermassive games being published, Logan? I would turn this over to you, DJ, but I don't think you've played a single one of their games, so.
Nope, probably not.
Not gonna lie, I don't know anything about Nordisk, so.
From what I could research, I didn't go too deep with it. It seems like just a game developer, a game publisher that buys a lot of things. So,
well, I mean, if
they
it gives them
exist.
more funding,
yeah,
and
they give them
get
funding.
freedom.
They leave them alone because the Koi seems to be as we move away from the release, seems to be a pretty big disappointment, but that makes sense if you understand the background of it. Like, people forget the Quarry was supposed to be a Stadia game. It was built to be a Stadia game, and then it wasn't anymore because Stadia is Stadia. So they had to very quickly and very shortly not build it, obviously, but make the game portable to PS5, PS4, Series X and S and all that. So it's understandable in a way that the game isn't as visually pleasing as it probably could be because it was built to be streamed.
I'm actually surprised by that because all I've seen is good things about it. Like, literally, I've seen a lot of people praising some of the new stuff they added with the new lighting.
Well, the lighting is
very,
good.
very exceptionally detailed facial expressions and eyes.
Only
characters have some bad ones. Yeah.
Only on the quote unquote main characters, but look up the water in the quarry.
Oh, I haven't looked at that yet. No.
Look it up and come back to me. It looks like it. Honestly, I think PS2 graphics look better.
Dang.
It's bad. I saw the video and I was like, oh, yeah, that looks rough.
Play it though.
Oh yeah, I'm still gonna play it. I'm gonna wait till it gets a little cheaper though.
Yeah, I don't play it.
All right, well, that is the end of the video game news. Let's move on real quick and run through some of this movie news. First off, apparently, DJ and I were talking about this before the show. There was a live-action Barney movie that's been in development and is apparently still in development. And apparently, as DJ pointed out to me, it's supposed to be heartbreaking. A very sad, somber film that really touches the human spirit. I have no clue. This is just what I'm hearing. So, a couple quotes here. It says, the last number of films have been so aligned to kind of what I stand for as a man, the director said. But there are a whole lot of things that I do as a man. I love kids' films. How did everyone get into films? Watching kids' films. I don't want to restrict myself to the limitations of what I'm perceived as. Cool, I guess. He goes on to say,
as a director?
yeah.
What?
He goes on to say, Bonnie taught us I love you. So, hold on. Bonnie taught us I love you, you love me. Won't you say you love me too? That's one of the first songs I remember. And what happens when that isn't true? I thought this was really heartbreaking, the director said. I have no idea why it feels like that makes sense. It feels like there's something unexpected that can be poignant but optimistic. Especially at this time now, I think that's really, really needed.
I can't wait to see this.
I'm sorry, I should have
really want to go see it now.
I should have composed myself there and really been serious reading that, but when I saw Bonnie taught us I love you, I literally couldn't fucking speak without laughing.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
man.
guy sounds like he's hit a slump in directing, and his fucking agent was like, "Hey, why don't you make a Barney movie?" And then he did acid or smoked a bunch of weed or something, and it was like, "Fucking Barney, man!" Like, and had a breakdown that was like,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna make the best Barney movie ever,
Yeah.
and it's gonna be heartwarming and heartbreaking and just fucking." I love you, you love me, and da da da, and just like,
You're right. It honestly, that sentence that I just wrote, it feels like this guy had a mental breakdown and Barney somehow saved him.
I'm
Yeah.
more hyped for it. Did you guys see the still for the Blue's Clues movie that's gonna have the OG Steve, the second gen Joe, and whatever the new guy's name is? All three of them are gonna be in a Blue's Clues movie.
I can
No
confidently
way.
say,
Spider-Man No Way Home Blue Clues? Oh,
let's
yeah, here we go.
go.
Building the Nick Jr. verse, we already got Dora the Explorer.
Jeez.
What is happening to Hollywood, dude? I mean, hey, at least we get an Avatar, so there's that, I guess. So.
Yeah.
Hey, we're getting Clerks 3.
No, fuck off. Alright, speaking of weird ass movies, the poster for the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey has been released along with the tagline. And the tagline reads as this: "This ain't no bedtime story." All jokes aside, dude, DJ and I can't fucking wait for this movie, dude. This is like the biggest trash fire, and I'm gonna be there in the movie theater day one for Winnie the Pooh. It's not Winnie and the Pooh, it's just Winnie the Pooh. By the way, I always thought it was Winnie and the Pooh. I thought Pooh was the second name. But I was wrong. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Oh, man. We talked about this after you left that one show, so we haven't got a chance to really talk about this, Logan, you and I. What do you think about Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey?
I couldn't find it. I didn't know where you guys found it. Like, I was looking up on.
Oh, man, you just
YouTube, and
type
I
in
just
Winnie
could
the
not-
Pooh.
I did, but it was just showing pictures. Was there like an actual trailer for this, or
Was
was it just a picture?
I don't think there's a trailer yet, no.
Okay.
But
I am pretty excited for this though. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I watched the. So I mean, come on. I'm totally down to see this.
Hold on, I'm looking something up real quick.
I can't wait. I feel like somehow he's got to throw in, it's the 100-acre wood and it's hunting season or something crazy like that, just because this is obviously maybe I'm reading too far into it, but this seems like a college kid that like I'm sick of all these stupid happy-go-lucky reboots,
Oh,
and
I
he's
didn't.
just like, I'm going balls to the wall on this reboot, and it's gonna be a bloody mess from our childhood.
I didn't. I was wondering how they were able to this, but yeah, supposedly it literally just went to public domain. So that's
Yep.
why this film is possible. I was like, how are they able to make a horror thing out of this? But yeah, no, it makes sense because it was in 1926, the Winnie Pooh or whatever. That's crazy. Huh.
So the director, I just looked him up. He is working on this and another movie at the exact same time. Can anybody guess the name of what the second movie that Mr. Riaz Brock Waterfield, is working on?
Oh, tell me it's like some big budget thing, and he's just doing this to
No, it's
finish out a
not.
contract.
It is definitely not a big budget thing.
Wait,
What's his
wait.
other
So
movie?
is this something we might know? Like, is it from another kid's thing?
No.
Oh, dang it! I
It
have no idea
is
then.
it is called Dinosaur Prison.
Yay! I can't wait.
Oh god. Hey, Hollywood, right?
Hey, does this guy have any other movies? Because I feel like I
Nope,
might have seen one of his movies already.
these are his first two movies, and he's written both of them.
Oh god,
He's the writer
he's
and
just
director of both of them.
Jeez.
yep.
Oh, this is gonna be so good.
He,
I can't
this
wait.
dude was in film school, Googled what's going back into public domain, and saw Winnie the Pooh and went, yes, gritty reboot. I'm gonna fucking be valedictorian of film school.
Let's get serious real quick for the last news topic on Around the Point. Did any of you guys watch the first official trailer for The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power this week that came out?
I think I watched part of it
Because
yesterday
there was
or today.
the teasers, and then earlier this week the first full length 2.5 minute trailer came out for it. If you guys haven't seen it, I can tell you that, dude, I cannot fucking wait. This thing looks absolutely phenomenal. We get all kinds of little hints. Yeah, you get a look at the White City. You get a look at Old World Rivendell. I mean, The Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth. It's probably my favorite fantasy setting of all time. I love Middle Earth. I can watch the Lord of the Rings movies once a year, if not more, and be perfectly happy with it. We get a look at Galadriel in this movie, or this trailer, sorry. So there's plenty of returning characters. Obviously, they're being played by different people, obviously, but yeah, you can see Galadriel and Elrond, who looks kind of weird. I don't really like the way that Elrond looks. I don't even know the name of the guy who's acting as him, but maybe in the actual show it'll look a little bit better. But yeah, when you guys get a chance, sit down. If you guys have any passing reverence or love for the Lord of the Rings, as I do,
Love. I only watch the extended versions when I watch it.
what's the only versions? I don't. You mean the regular versions?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what other versions exist, so it's a joke. Obviously, there's other versions. You just don't watch them because they're not the real versions. So, Logan, you got pretty quiet over there. I could have sworn you liked Lord of the Rings, don't you?
Oh no, I love Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Oh, I'm just kind of talking. You know, we're getting to the end of the show, so I'm kind of rambling a little bit. I'm not as, well spoken as I was 3.5 hours ago. But yeah, I just think this looks really, really good. It's exactly what I wanted it to look like, and it's just another example, to me at least, that for my fantasy shows and things like that, Amazon just knocks it out of the park with the set design, the character design, the costume design itself. And yeah, I just can't wait. Comes out shortly, comes out September. So super excited. Logan?
I'm pretty excited. I mean, is this like I have done a lot of research on this show. Is it before even The Hobbit? Is it before it's about
Oh,
the
yeah.
Rings of Power, right?
Way
So it's
before
like
The Hobbit.
it's like before Sauron and everything.
Yeah, this is during the
Yeah.
War of the Rings. Now, whether this is like the creation of the rings itself, which Sauron is alive at this time, or it's about the War of the Rings, which details the war that we see at the very beginning of the Lord of the Rings between elves, man, dwarves, and the forces of Mordor. Whether that leads to this, I don't know. I do know it's set during that time and before that time, because the War of the Ring ends the Second Age, and the Third Age is what we know of as the Lord of the Rings saga that we live in, The Hobbit and all that. That is set during the Third Age. So the War of the Ring is what ends the Second Age, and this is set during the Second Age. So we'll see
I
how the
thought
timelines come alive.
I thought I read or saw that it is going to be basically like a little bit of feuding or whatever between everyone that has rings, and then they're going to learn about the One Ring, and then it's going to be kind of like a shit hit the fan moment, and now we have to go put like basically the journey up to that battle, because like that you see it in the opening of Fellowship is what I believe I saw.
So it is going to be the War of the Ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Fuck yeah.
at
I
least
can't
the
fucking
first
wait,
season
dude.
of it is going to be a build up to that, and then either because I'm assuming they're going to drag this out to be 2 maybe 3 seasons, so maybe we get like a good build up to that, and then the series finale will be the battle leading to and end with Isildur losing the ring in the river, and Gollum finding it, tie in the video game real nicely.
Sildo, you. Fuck you. you got me there, you little
Please,
bastard.
no.
You fucking got me. I was gonna say something real cool, and then you said the tie into the video game, you dick.
It's right there. That's where the game begins.
Yep, I was like, when I saw you talking
tripped me
about
up.
it, and then I saw the game on the list, I was like, when we get to that part, I have to tie in that the series is gonna end and tie into the video game, because otherwise, why else make the fucking video game?
I don't think there is a reason. But anyway, I just wanted to let any of you guys listening out there, especially let you fellas here that I talk to every single week, know that I cannot fucking wait for this. You guys know I'm a huge Lord of the Rings guy. I said it's my favorite. It's probably my favorite fantasy setting. I have a couple of them out there that I really like. Allegasia from Aragon is pretty good, except it's a total rip of Middle Earth. And then this new series that I'm reading, the Powder Mage trilogy, has a pretty cool world. But it's Middle Earth. It's the dawn and the start of the fantasy genre as we know it today. So it doesn't get any better than that. But if it is really chronicling the rise to the War of the Ring and then the actual war itself, that God, I'm so in. I'm in like Flynn. Do people still say that? I don't know.
Let's bring it back.
Let's bring it
Yeah,
back.
I'm totally down. I mean, I've got within arm's reach right now. I have a Prancing Pony mug. I've got an extra large version of the One Ring. Let's see. Can I see? There's a Balrog pop looking over me right now. I've got
Oh, yeah.
Aragorn over there, Gimli there.
I got the Ballad of the Ring tattooed on my back. I'm just kidding. I don't.
I've got the leaf pendant that all the members of the fellowship have. I can see that from here, and I have another copy of the ring that I used to wear around. Like, I'm like on your level of hype for this. I am so excited for this, and have been for a hot minute. And I feel like we've been waiting since 2019. They announced that they were going to be making a series.
It's been a long time since we've been waiting since they announced this. Yeah. So, Logan, last thoughts before we move on to the end of this whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I can't wait, but I don't have Amazon, so probably won't be able to watch. But, still need to steal somebody's Prime so I can watch it.
Well, when Peyton and I finally become adults and stop dumping off my dad's Prime, I'll give you the password. One last thing, as always, we end the show with the box office recap. This weekend, coming in at number one, no surprise, Thor: Love and Thunder in its second weekend takes the number one spot at $46.6 million. Number two, holding its spot strong, is Minions: The Rise of Gru, coming in at $26.8 million. Number three, the new kid on the block, Where the Crawdads Sing, coming in at $17.2 million. Number four, falling one spot, is Top Gun Maverick at 12.2. And number five, rounding it out, is Elvis at $8 million, which brings the top five worldwide box office to Top Gun still holding strong at $1.2 billion. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness seems to be done at 954 million. Jurassic World Dominion finished at 902 million. The Batman still sitting up there heavy at 770 million. And then rounding out the top 5 is the Chinese only release of Watergate Bridge at $626 million. Thor creeping up number 7, almost at 500 million. All right, fellas. Well, let's bring it to the end. You guys have anything else you want to talk about throughout the week?
Nope.
DJ.
Not really. Just hopefully you and me can figure out a time to do our super spoily Horizon.
I'm gonna call it that. Fuck Spoilercast. I'm gonna call it the Experience Point presents the super spoily episode.
Spoily.
I'm gonna call it that. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen.
Doily.
Good.
And interested to see what Logan thinks of Thor. So
yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of Around the Point and the end of point of the show, the end of our main show. Let us know if you have anything to say about anything we talked about, any of our OpenCritic battle predictions that you think we're wildly off on. There's probably quite a few of them, but it's for fun, whatever. If you guys have got a chance to see Thor Love and Thunder, please let us know down below, but keep it spoiler free for one more week until we get to talk about it. And then what do you think about Madden Franchise mode? Let us know down below. Moving on now to the review roundup for the week. Garden Story came out on Xbox Series X and S and got a 73 on Switch and PC. No review yet, but I'm guessing it's going to be probably the same. Time on Frog Island came out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Switch and PC and got a 73. Lootmancer came out on PC and got a 78. Escape Academy came out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and X and PC and got an 80. Eyes in the Dark, The Curious Case of One Victoria Bloom, the game that Logan and I raved about last week, came out on PC and got an 85, so we were right to rave about it. Spider-Saurus came out on Xbox Series X and X, PS5, PS4, Switch, PC, and got a 70. Rune Factory 5 came out on PC and got a 73, which is a 5-point improvement over the Switch version. And LOUD, Loud, came out on PC and Switch and got a 75. Fellas, anything you got on these? Logan, I'm so excited to see Eyes in the Dark, The Curious Case of One Victoria Bloom. Got a good score.
Yes, of course. It's my favorite.
DJ, for reference, we were talking about how that is the most PC name for a PC video game I've ever seen in the PC kingdom.
I kind of figured when you said that there was quite a dose of sarcasm thrown in there.
Yeah, because Eyes in the Dark, The Curious Case of One Victoria Bloom is so good sounding. That's a mouthful. It's so crazy long. My God.
It's pretty good. I think it's funny. I'm not gonna lie.
It is, but it really is.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the review roundup. Now, out this week, and ladies and gentlemen, it actually is a pretty decent week for you out here in the video game world. Things might be heating up. Just kidding, it actually dies after this. But on July 19th, As Dusk Falls comes out on Xbox Series X and X and PC. That is that narrative
Ugly.
Excuse me.
Looking game.
Yeah, Logan and I don't like the visual style. There were plenty of people out there who do like the visual style, and the reviews have started to roll in as of today, and they're pretty darn good. But it came out on Xbox Series X and S and PC. Endling, Extinction is Forever came out on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, Nintendo Switch and PC. Fallen Angel came out on Switch and PC. Into the Breach comes out on iOS and Androids. Look forward to that, you three people out there. Stray comes out on PS5, PS4, and PC. Whoop, whoop. Forza Horizon 5 Hot Wheels DLC comes out on obviously the Xbox Series X and S and PC. On July 21st, Koromon comes out on Nintendo Switch. Live Alive comes out on Nintendo Switch. Bright Memory Infinite, a game that I've obviously been keeping my eye on. I'm pretty excited for. Might give it a go. Comes out on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Switch. Don't know how the hell this game's coming out on Switch, but alright. Wayward Strand comes out on PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Switch, and PC. And finally, Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins sees its release of its first DLC pack titled Trials of the Dragon King. Comes out on all applicable platforms for that game. Gentlemen, anything you got to say? Logan, I see you've highlighted Into the Breach. Are you interested in it?
I was curious about the name. Then I looked it up and I'm like,
No
didn't look
longer
horrible, but
curious.
yeah, it looks all right. But I thought there was something. Well, I guess obviously I'm excited for Live Alive, ready to see what it scores as, and also for seems like literally forever, Bright Memory Infinite finally coming out. Jeez, I mean that thing's been out on PC for over a year, so I was kind of wondering when it was going to come to the consoles.
DJ?
Yep, I got nothing. Just
Well, Stray.
well, yeah, Stray is the only thing like finishing Horizon or platinuming Horizon, and Stray is like the only thing on my radar for the next couple weeks.
How much is Stray?
I don't know. It's free for us. Well, it's not free for me, I guess, but it's on extra and platinum.
I didn't know if he.
I
Okay,
think
I
it's
didn't know if it
I think it's 40.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
not.
I believe I saw 40.
Ugh.
What's wrong
Yeah.
with that?
$10 an hour,
You
not
know
bad.
it's a 4-hour game, right? So you're paying like literally $10 an hour.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to spend the best $10 an hour of my life. And actually, I'm not spending $10 an hour.
No, I know you're not. I'm saying for the people that did want to pay for $40.
Yeah, it's a
For a
4-hour
4-hour
like
game,
story, but
that
like
seems a
I'm
bit.
going to platinum this video game as long as it's not like obscenely annoying to do that. So it'll be more for me 4 hours. Like I'm just excited. So, but yeah, maybe $40 is a rough sell at 4 hours. I don't know. I'm not the one
I
that
mean,
really.
what you have the membership, I think it's great.
Yeah,
But
but
I
like
would
also
never
that is
spend it.
like it's all about like what you get out of it. In my personal opinion, I don't contribute dollars to time spent that well because if I was to do that, one of the best value and one of the best purchases I could make was Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and it's like I would not recommend anybody buying that game. So I don't really
Oh,
contribute.
I'm not saying money by time, but 4 hours is exceptionally small for $40.
Fair enough,
That's where I'm doing.
but
Like
what
I
if
get like you
it's
don't need a 100-hour game for $40.
but what
Saying
if it's
like
the best 4 hours you've ever spent in a video game?
I'm gonna have to probably doubt that it's probably be the best 4 hours
Well, that sounds
ever.
like a you problem.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
ever
You
played
have to
a
let me
Goat
know after you
Simulator
play
game?
4 hours. Because what I've heard is it's not bad, but it's not exceptionally great. So, and that's not obviously my critique or thing because I'm not probably gonna play it. So,
Well, I'll let you know next week. Join us,
sure.
ladies and gentlemen, next week as we dive headfirst into everything spoiler of Thor: Love and Thunder. Hopefully you get a chance to listen to DJ and I's and a little bit of Logan's review for Horizon Forbidden West. This week, Logan and I are going to sit down. He's going to present to you guys his review for Elden Ring once and for all. That'll probably get posted sometime this weekend or next week at the latest. So look forward to all that coming at you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and roll out of here after a 4-hour long show for you. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys learned something and talked about some things. Like I said, this brings us to the end of the show. Everyone who has been watching or listening, we just want to take this time and thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Without your support, we could not be doing what we're trying to be doing, but actually we could be doing it. We just wouldn't be getting any money, which we're not, so it's kind of an indifferent comment. But ladies and gentlemen, if you do like us, please spread the word. Let us know. We're trying to do something here. We're trying to be fun to hang out with. We're trying to give you guys some information. So let everyone know if you do like us and if you do enjoy us. Logan, what do you got?
Yeah. Thank you guys for stopping by. It's been a pretty good weekend. Summer's still going. Very, very hot outside. But yeah, I'm excited for next week. I'll have finally watched Thor. I'll probably have to watch it Sunday, early Sunday, or something like that. We'll see. But yeah, really excited to see Thor. Excited to see my opinion, and I'm excited to see the Live Alive score. And yeah, so as always, thanks for stopping by. Hope everybody's having a good day, and see you later.
DJ, any last words?
Thanks for having me out again. Can't wait to see what Logan thinks about Thor, and can't wait to probably spend what's going to be an ungodly amount of time just creeping through every square inch of Horizon.
Well, we look forward to that. Well, last thing, before always, we want to step out and thank our Patreon Platinum member, Logan Leffler, for the month. As always, We appreciate you. If you guys want to be a part of our Platinum membership, please go over to our Patreon where you can be a part on any level and join us and be along for the roller coaster ride that is the Experience Point here. Oh, sorry, that is the XP podcast here at the Experience Point. Once again, thank you everyone for listening and following along with us, and I hope everyone has a great week. And with that, we'll talk to you all in the next one. See you guys.
See ya.
See you.